to this discussion, Democracy Under Pressure, Rule of Law Challenged, and Europe's Shift to the Right. The way we deal with migration, and this is also a bit of a personal comment, I think the way we deal with migration, the way we approach the other, with a capital O, I think is, our fellow human beings in the end of the day, is the absolute mirror of our values, and it's not a distorting mirror. So it's even a look at one country's migration policies, or even a region's migration policies, as the EU, in our case, is something of a litmus test for the state of democracy in the same place. And this is also the tone we would like to give to this conversation, to expand our scope and to actually address this question, the different ways in which democracy is under pressure in Europe at the moment, how the rule of law is challenged, and to look behind this Europe shift to the right. We have also indicatively added a few questions that we will be addressing with our panelists. How have the discourse and the actual policies regarding migration and asylum shifted in the last years? In how far is this part of an overall shift to the right? What role do fake news play? And how can the latest EU election result be interpreted and dealt with? And I'm happy to be discussing all that and even more, obviously, with Petra Molnar, Jon Henley, Pegah, Edalatian, and Laurent Standaert. How this will work is that everybody will have 5 minutes for an introductory statement. Then there will be discussion with the panel, also including your comments and your ideas from Mentimeter. And then, of course, we will open up the floor to you to start a lively Q&A for the next 90 minutes or so. I come to you first, Petra Molnar, a lawyer and anthropologist specializing in border technologies. She's co-running the Refugee Law Lab at York University and the Migration and Technology Monitor project. And you're also a faculty associate at Harvard's Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society. I definitely have a book recommendation at this point. Petra just published her first book called The Walls Have Eyes, Survive Migration in the Age of Artificial Intelligence, just last month in May. Congrats on that, and the best of success to your book. I was reading about you and about your work a few days ago, and your research examines indeed how technology is being deployed by governments on the world's most vulnerable people, and also how tricky it is because regulation is usually missing or is not adequate. You also show how borders are big business, with defense contractors and tech startups making profit out of that. But I was mainly intrigued reading an op-ed you wrote the other day where you say, a dystopian vision turned reality, where matters of life and death are determined by algorithms. And this is how I want to start the discussion with you. Can you please briefly outline this very dark reality to us? Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me, Kalimera. It's a real pleasure to be back in Greece, a place I hold very close in my heart. And thank you for that generous introduction. I do have a few images and slides I want to show to illustrate some of the brief points that I'm making. And I also want to shout out two colleagues in the room in particular, Wael Kharsifi and Florian Schmitz, who work with me at the Migration Technology Monitor. Indeed, I'm a lawyer and an anthropologist, and I've spent the last 6 years or so trying to understand how migration is changing through the use of new technologies. That includes surveillance, different types of algorithms, visa triaging, and anything in between that is impacting the way that people on the move are experiencing their journeys, and how power also operates in society. Slide, please. I've been really lucky to take an interdisciplinary approach to this and also a multi-sided approach, trying to understand how these projects play out across different jurisdictions.
If we can go to the next slide, please. Yeah, thank you.
So we've worked all over, not just in Europe, and I will draw some comparisons to other places, like the occupied Palestinian territories, the US-Mexico border, and East Africa. Slide, please. But really, what I hope to leave you with is the central point, which is that there are people who are at the center of this technological experimentation, which is unregulated, high risk, and harmful. Slide, please. At the US-Mexico border, which is a site where much of this technological experimentation occurs, for me, this is one of the great reminders of just how violent borders are, which is, of course, nothing new to this crowd. Slide, please. This is one of the sites where we can actually physically see some of the infrastructure that is being replicated around the world, such as these fixed AI towers that sweep across the Sonora Desert, creating a deadly surveillance dragnet. Borders are a great testing ground for technology because they are spaces where regulation is already very limited. They are opaque, they're discretionary, and much of the decision-making happens either behind closed doors or in ways that is inscrutable and difficult to understand. So it's not an accident that border technologies are a site to try and understand how state power operates and how people who are on the margins of society are the ones who are consistently caught at the sharpest edges of this. Slide, please. But again, there are costs to this, both to people like Mr. Elias Alvarado, who was a young husband and father who unfortunately died in the Sonora Desert, mere kilometers away from a major highway, but also the thousands of people who have passed away, of course, making their journeys to Europe. States like to say that smart border technology, again, AI, drones, algorithms, other types of tools, are not only strengthening the border, but they will also deter people from coming. But actually the opposite is true. What happens is that people who are desperate, of course, will continue moving, but instead the surveillance is making them take increasingly dangerous routes, leading to increased loss of life. Slide, please. Oh, sorry, that's okay. Apologies, I know this photo is not the easiest to look at, but this is, of course, might be familiar to many of you in the room. This is from Evros, the land border between Greece and Turkey, and this is a cemetery there of largely unmarked graves of people who have passed away making their journeys into Europe. I think it's important to look at images like this because they give us the context in which these technologies develop. Again, Evros is a major site of surveillance and new experimental projects that are also difficult to unearth. States don't make it easy for us to be able to kind of lift the hood and see what is actually happening in a lot of these spaces because of militarization, different secretive private sector contracts, and this kind of growing border industrial complex that is now a multi-billion-dollar industry across the world. Slide, please. One last use of technology that I want to highlight again, which is pertinent to this crowd in particular, is the carceral use of technology. That is, for example, the tech that we see in refugee camps. This is on the island of Kos. We are seeing the rise of, again, different surveillance, even really outlandish projects now, right? Like robo-dogs, AI lie detectors, virtual reality, glasses that augment, what border guards apparently is supposed to see. Again, in this kind of performance of power and a techno-solutionism that has become the norm in this space. Slide, please. But when you actually spend time with people who are on the move, who are caught at the sharpest edges of this system, you really realize that there is so little conversation being had about centering human dignity. And this is from the night before the Samos camp opened. I spent some time with a young mom who was facing a forcible transfer into one of these high-tech open-air prison-type camps, and she typed out this message: if we go there, we will go crazy. I mean, having seen what the camp looks like, it's not hard to imagine why she would say that. Slide, please. But in my brief remaining moments, I just want to broaden it out a little bit because the technology is important here, but ultimately a technological analysis is a way to try and understand power, how power operates in society, and how there are massive differentials between those who develop the technology and the communities on which it's repeatedly tested. And I'll put my lawyer hat on for 1 second. I'm a reluctant lawyer, but still a lawyer. From a human rights perspective, it's very troubling because currently we don't have a lot of regulation and governance that would put certain guardrails in place for border technology. It's an interesting time right now, right? Because in the European Union, we now have the European Union's AI Act, which is the first regional attempt to govern artificial intelligence. And you can, if you go into the text, it might seem a bit promising because there is a risk matrix in place that recognizes that certain technologies are high risk. However, when you actually start looking into it, you realize that there are so many derogations and exceptions for border technology. And why is that? Because people on the move, refugees, stateless persons are once again seen as a threat and something to manage, to make intelligible, knowable, and trackable. So it is no accident that we have very little law. There is the overreach of the private sector that develops so much of this technology and sets the agenda for what we innovate on and why. Slide, please. I just want to spend the last minute, though, on a little bit more of a forward-looking direction, because this can get very dystopic and very bleak very fast. But I think there is actually a different way. Slide, please. And we can talk more about this perhaps in the Q&A, but I wanted to just quickly highlight a project that we are running called the Migration and Technology Monitor, which started off as an archive and a platform to hold some of this work, but it has actually grown into a community. Slide, please. And last year, we started incubating projects directly by colleagues on the move who are really the experts with lived experience that are sometimes themselves caught at the sharpest edges of technology. And while Hasifi is with us today, hopefully you get a chance to talk to him today. But we have 5 other colleagues joining us this year from Palestine, Sudan, South Africa, Mexico, and other places too. There are different ways that we can examine these issues, and part of it is also making space for people with lived experience to be in the driver's seat of these conversations. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, and I appreciate being here.
Thank you so much for leaving us with a more hopeful message in the end, because I found the contrast between the sophisticated sort of technologies you showed us and this ad hoc cemetery so striking, I must say. And what you said, that the human dignity is the last priority, the last issue that people seem to care about, is really worrying. But it's great that there is still hope, and there are things that we can do, and yeah, hopefully we can discuss more about that, not just now, but also in the second panel that will follow. What you said definitely moves us also to the narrative and how we ended up here, taking as granted in some cases that people are a threat for our societies. And on that note, I come to Jon. Jon Henley is the Guardian's Europe correspondent and very experienced observer of European politics. In more than 30 years at the paper, he has been based in Amsterdam, Brussels, Helsinki, London, and twice, now again in Paris. And you've reported from almost every EU member state, and as we were discussing yesterday, you tried to connect the dots to outline, what are the common issues from all these capitals, and definitely the rise of the far right is one of them, and what makes them so successful. So we were discussing also that migration seems to be also the niche where they start everywhere. But yeah, we would like to hear from you. You published a really excellent piece a few days ago also on the terminology and the different types, but the floor to you to tell us more how it looks with the far right now in Europe.
Great.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for inviting me. And it's great to be here, and thank you for everybody for coming. I thought if we go right back to basics and try and define what the far right actually is, what far right parties represent, what unites them, what divides them. As Michaela said, I've reported from almost every European state, and almost every European member state, EU member state now has at least one far right party. In several of them, they are in government. They're united by a lot of different things. They have very different views on some issues, notably their relationship to Russia. But there's a lot that unites them. Most of Europe's far-right parties are Eurosceptic to one degree or another. They either disagree completely with the whole European project, or they want to change it fundamentally and return it to a kind of a Europe of nation states. A lot of them are also very, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, a lot of them are particularly very socially conservative, so they promote ideas of duty and patriotism and the traditional family, traditional gender roles, sex relations, that kind of thing. A lot of them are now also very climate skeptic, either kind of rejecting the whole notion or the science of climate change, or kind of pushing back against what they portray as the kind of unfair sacrifice that ordinary people are going to have to make and that the elites will not have to make. A lot of them are also now anti-woke to one degree or another, whatever that may mean. Nobody can actually define what it means. And a lot of them are populist. Populism, of course, isn't an ideology. Populism is more of an approach to politics, this belief that, politics is basically divided into two opposing groups, the kind of pure people versus the corrupt elite. And a lot of them apply that political technique to their ideologies. But actually, so they're united by all those things. If you look at the absolute core ideologies that define them, the far right, there are two, really. One of them is authoritarianism. So almost all, in fact, all far-right parties across Europe are firm believers in law and order. And, the belief that kind of transgressions must be severely punished, clamped down on. You see that very clearly in, parties like AFD in Germany, the Rassemblement National in France. But the absolute, the most significant, and all political scientists basically agree on this, the absolute core ideology that ultimately defines all of Europe's far-right parties is an ideology that the political scientists called nativism. Nativism is quite simply the belief that the native group, whatever that may be, but the native group should be the exclusive inhabitants of the nation state. And that anybody who comes from outside the native group, so any non-native elements, represent some kind of threat to the sort of homogeneous nation state. And that really is the defining far-right ideology. It's the red thread that links them all without exception. And that obviously explains why immigration is their huge, sort of battle cry, and always has been and always will be. It's this belief in nativism, and nativism, you could also say, is obviously a form of kind of exclusionism. It's an exclusionary ideology, which explains also why a lot of far-right parties, as well as being exclusionary towards non-native groups, they're exclusionary towards other religions, Muslims, for example, gender differences, that kind of thing. So that's what really defines them. So that's sort of, what are they? Where are they? They're advancing. The far-right parties, you don't need me to tell you that the far-right is advancing across Europe. They're now in government in Finland, in Italy, in the Netherlands, leading government in the Netherlands, leading government in Italy. A far-right party, the Sweden Democrats, is supporting a right-wing coalition in Sweden. In 2 weeks' time, it's really not beyond the bounds of possibility that we'll have a far-right government in France. Sometime in the autumn, we'll have a far-right-led government in Austria. They're advancing pretty much everywhere. The European elections that we've just had showed an advance by the far right, although not everywhere and not uniformly. I know Laurent's going to talk about this, so I won't go into it in too much detail, but I think what we saw, and what's particularly alarming, is maybe not so much the impact of the advance of the far right on the workings of the European Parliament and the EU as such, but where we're really seeing its threat is in the national capitals, and particularly in Berlin, where you have an already weakened, basically the rise of the far right, the advance of the far right looks like posing the biggest threat to national leaders who are already quite weakened. So Olaf Scholz in Berlin is at the head of a kind of very divided and fragile coalition that can only have been made more fragile and more divided by the fact that AfD, the German far-right party, collected more votes than every single member of Scholz's coalition and finished second overall. Emmanuel Macron in France has been so weakened by the rise of the far right that bizarrely he chose to call a snap general election, and all the polls so far show that the National Rally, the Rassemblement National in France, either may secure a majority, probably not an outright majority, but will massively outscore the party of the president. So that's where they are. Why are they advancing? Just very briefly, they're advancing because of a kind of a process of a two-way process of normalization, I think. Firstly, many of them, particularly as they approach power and as they actually enter power, many of them tend to moderate their most extreme views. At least they moderate the public expression of their most extreme views. So Marine Le Pen, for example, having been very heavily defeated in 2017 French elections, presidential elections, because she was running on a platform of pulling France out of on a Frexit platform, pulling France out of the EU. That scared French voters enormously, and that has now completely disappeared. There is no longer any ambition to pull France out of the EU or even the Eurozone. And you see similar kind of moderations. The parties, Giorgia Meloni in Italy, has behaved very sensibly as regards the economy, as regards kind of relations with Europe, etc. So the parties themselves are sort of moderating, if not their core beliefs, they're at least moderating how they're expressing them. But there's also been a parallel process of normalization. I think this is absolutely crucial on the part of the rest of the political establishment, particularly the traditional parties of the centre-right, the traditional conservative, mainstream centre-right parties across Europe. So in all those countries that I mentioned before, where there are now far-right parties in government, it is in coalition with traditional centre-right parties. And that is the core. There also, a mea culpa as well, as a representative of the media has completely normalized the discourse of the far right as well. My smallest little anecdotal illustration of that is that I have lived and worked now for 2 stints in Paris. Just before I left Paris for the first time, after the first stint, was just after 2002, in the French presidential elections, when Jean-Marie Le Pen, Marine Le Pen's father, knocked the socialist candidate out of the presidential elections. The eventual winner, Jacques Chirac, in 2002, refused point blank to debate, to have the traditional debate between the 2 rounds of the elections, refused to debate Le Pen, and said, I do not debate with the extremes. Right? So a couple of years later, I left France. 12 years after that, I came back to Paris. I turned on the radio on the first morning, and on the main France Inter, the main French public radio station, 8 o'clock morning program, I turned it on, and it was "Bonjour Marine Le Pen." So a complete normalization by the media. But so I think that's the core of it, and that is why, alarmingly for everybody who's concerned about immigration, that is why these parties have been, the far-right discourse is winning. It's definitely won on immigration. The far-right discourse has won the immigration debate in Europe. for the time being. Hopefully it won't always be like that, but for the time being it has. And it is also well on the way to winning the climate debate because of the way that centre-right parties, these big mainstream centre-right parties, CDU in Germany, etc., are prepared to collaborate with the far right.
Thanks a lot. One of the things we will be discussing is why they're winning and what we can do from now on. This is one of the questions on Mentimeter. I must say that the point you made about the two-way normalization is also relevant for Greece, where you have indeed a weakened government and you have three parties of the far right represented in the national parliament. Now they managed to secure seats in the European Parliament. So slowly we're getting there, in different terms maybe, but it's also relevant what you described here, also what you said about the media. And I'm really sorry about your nightmare to arrive and turn on the radio in Paris. Is indeed increasingly, the reality in France is like living in a Michel Houellebecq book or something. Anyway, you mentioned Berlin, and like this, I want to move over to Pegah Edalatian from Germany, from Berlin. She has been the deputy chairwoman of the Grüne, as we call them, the Alliance 90, the Greens, the German Greens, since February 2022. And she's, of course, a passionate advocate for global justice, feminist foreign policy, and human rights. As a German, Iranian, and a committed European, she aims to shape green politics on a European international level, and she's also, I find it particularly interesting, the first diversity policy spokesperson for the Greens. You have made it sort of your mission, Pegah, to make also the party structures more inclusive. This is definitely something I want to hear more from you, but what Jon described is indeed particularly relevant, is the political reality in Germany. Also after the recent elections, the rise of the AfD, we saw also the map with the division of Germany, and we also experienced, and you more so, even violent attacks, physical attacks from this political spectrum towards parties that represent the values of respecting the human rights and so on. So I want to come over to you to tell us more what is happening in Germany.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for this very important conference, and thank you for having me on this panel and really important discussion. For my statement, I brought 4 points for short thesis. The first one is that the space for civil society and individuals to act in Germany is narrowing. You probably know the organization Civicus, which monitors civic space in different countries and has different categories to see how individuals and organizations can act politically without fearing repressions. And Germany went last year from open green to narrowing light green. Of course, the categories go to closed, which is red, and there's a big difference. We're still a resilient democracy, but still it's important to speak about how the space is narrowing. And one example you just made, or the one thing you said is, for example, really important. In the election campaign, people were not only threatened, they were hidden, they were beaten up. One SPD politician was beaten up in a way that he had to go to a hospital. And even though we say we won't resist, we will stay and fight, the normal human reaction is fear when you get threatened that way. And that already, takes away a bit of the space in which you act. And also I visited an organization, a European organization based in Leipzig that protects the rights of journalists. And they also said that especially in East Germany, journalists who report locally are afraid now saying their opinion because they stand there with their names and people know them locally and they get threatened. Another problem is that the budgetary for civil societies are going to be cut, which weakens them. And another real problem is that 2019, the status of a nonprofit organization of attack was taken away, with the argument that the definition of nonprofit in Germany doesn't include human rights defense and political act. And this is in our coalition agreement that we want to change that, and we have to change it immediately because it's really dangerous. Already a CDU politician said, questioned if demonstration against deportation goes along with non-profit status. And something that we're all facing is the criminalization of solidarity. Also in Germany, even though we made it strong in our coalition agreement that sea rescue should not be criminalized, they try to criminalize it, and we're really trying, as Germans, trying to stand against it. The second thesis is that Germany is, though, a very open and liberal country, because there's a really interesting book which was published last year by Stefan Mau and some other sociologists, Trigger Points it's called. And they wanted to see if the German society is polarized like the United States. And they figured out that in the topics like migration, climate change, or LGBTIQ rights, there's actually an open liberal opinion, and there is, the people have a consensus. But they observe people in discussions and they realize that there's trigger points, and they summarize it in 4 categories. For example, when you feel like you're losing control, or there's something unjustified, or you get, those are 2 points out of 4. So, like I've seen 2 times how in Germany we got in a lot of refugees and there was so much solidarity and sympathy, and they turned it around focusing on there was some real problems, but the far right and the conservatives constantly focused on chaos, on fear, and they repeated that until the whole society's attitude turned around towards it. So that's also important, how right-wing people play with the emotions of people. The third thing is that especially us who are progressive left have to really take seriously how the right wing is organized internationally. I was in Poland and Warsaw, and I met the wonderful author and journalist Klementina Sonaszow, and she wrote the book It's War, and she describes really good how the right wing is organized, how they work on disinformation campaign, how they're attacking women, human and minority rights, undermining democracy. But she also describes how in Poland women organized themselves against it and were able to do something. So, we all have to wake up on this issue. And my fourth issue, is that we need to get the issue of distributional justice on the agenda again. I think through the 90s, the disappointment with the Social Democrats in the third way did a lot of harm, because since then we're not able to get that on the agenda again. Like in this election, a lot of workers voted for the AfD. And when I was campaigning on the streets, the ones that were willing to speak to me said, you're not going to do anything about our problem, about inflation, about our cost of living. And, I'm a Green, I was like, okay, this is on camera, I'm really sorry. But I was, well, why don't you vote for the left? And they're like, they don't have any power, they're not going to do anything. So there's a complete disillusion of that this situation is going to change. Yeah. And that's why we need to get that issue on the agenda again. So these are 4 points, and but I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Pegah, for all these 4 points. Indeed, space for civil society in Germany is shrinking, you said, but still it's a very open, liberal country. You invite us to think about how the right wing is organized internationally, and the 4 point, definitely something to discuss. We were discussing also informally yesterday the issue of distributional justice, how do you deal with intergenerational injustice, and so on and so forth. Thanks a lot for all the inputs. And last but not least, I come to Laurent Standaert from Brussels. Laurent is the political director of the Green European Foundation. He has been also political director of the Belgian Green Party, Ecolo, during the period of 2019 to 22, and also editor-in-chief of the Green European Journal for 4 years, from 15 to 19. You have studied anthropology. We're discussing that an anthropologist is hidden everywhere, as Petra said, in LSE in London, economics in Brussels, and ethics at UCL in Belgium. And yeah, a very important point in your CV, father of great Lena. I must mention that. But I also want you to help us zoom out a bit. We had the European elections, so we've heard from the global borders, from all over Europe, now from Germany. You follow closely the reality in Brussels, and we had the European elections recently. The final results are not there yet. There is a lot of negotiation, and some of the points of this negotiation are quite alarming. What comes on the table of negotiation, even issues like rule of law for a seat, one of the top seats of the EU institutions, but you follow all these issues closely, and we're very happy that you're here and we can hear from you directly.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here and close the circle of anthropologists. And thank you for the invitation. I have the great honor to be the last one and yet to cover the biggest territory by talking about the EU overall. So I'll go into an image of the tech, since we started with tech. So I'll zoom out like a satellite, and then I'll come in and zoom in and end up here in Greece. The first thing, by zooming out, I'll zoom out in time and geographically. I think in complementarity to my co-panelist, I want to look back to 2020. We have just lived 2 decades of a constant decline of the progressives. That's a fact overall in Europe, but elsewhere indeed. Should we blame it on the third way and others? That's for another discussion, but it's a fact. The decline in trade unions, and at least in social dialogues all over, including at the EU level, has been one of the features of these last years. We have also, all the way from the attacks on the World Trade Center to nowadays, we have a new, we have 2 decades of characterizing the other, as you called it, and we have internalized it even more so. And I think in Europe it has now come to another level of who is the other, and as Jon touched upon it, the far right is building on that with nativism and with this characterization of the other, not as the faraway terrorist or whatsoever, but in-house. And that, I think, has been a big change. And people like, I mean, they work very differently, but people like Orban, Le Pen, and so on, have been working on this dichotomy that seems to us right now quite trivial, but this Le Pen back then called it in French, she said mondialist. So the globalists versus the patriots, the nativists versus the ones out there, the cosmopolitans and so on. Seems trivial to us, but that has been shaping very much the debate. And so I'm not sure they won. I would disagree with Jon. I don't think they won the debate, but they won the narrative, which is, if there was a debate, maybe they would lose, but they have certainly won the narrative. I think those last 20 years have been further, that decline of the progressive has been further compounded by geopolitics. We because of technology, we're literally bombarded by news and so on. But if you take a step back, we just lived the last 20 years of a reverse of the westernization. So we have the BRICS, we have an emergence, and that's for the better, in my view, of alternative models, and I'm not a fan of the global south, but we have a change that has shaped also the way we see ourselves in Europe and is internalized. Yeah. You go from a colonial Europe that can therefore pride itself and project itself with power, and therefore has a different mirror, as you called it, Michaelis, on migration. Whereas now, as it is declining, it has changed that mirror onto the other, and therefore by an exclusionary method. Then we come fast forward to Trump. It's an interesting era. It's the French philosopher used to call it the green versus brown, and I do tend to agree. I mean, the first move of Trump, before even looking at the Mexican wall border wall that he intended to do, was to kill the Paris Agreement, right? So get out of the Paris Agreement on climate change. That was the first thing, because it was a symbol for him of that move towards, a comprehension of a more open but also collaborative international space, because you can't achieve, and climate change has no border, blah 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 blah. You can't do that if you are in sort of multilateral, open, interconnected space. The other thing that you see in the last 20 years, and that's very important for what is happening right now, especially here in Greece, but elsewhere, is the rise of the executive. The parliamentarism has really, really gone down over time. It's down to a sort of puppet shows in some countries. And that's really important, and at the EU level you see it as well. The Council is really the powerhouse. The Parliament is really an interesting place. It's an important place. We have gained more and more powers, and as you know, as Greens, we've been defending them. But the Council is what makes the agenda, and there it's even worse in terms of the colors of far right and right representation in terms of the heads of state. So again, 2001, fast forward to 2019, there you are 2019, 2020, you are in a pre-COVID area with some tensions. You have people marching on the Capitol, but you also have a hopeful sort of green wave in Europe. You just lived through a Wirtschaftswunder in Germany, yet with what was coined as the refugee crisis. So you have this world, and then you arrive into what we have just noticed now with the European elections, the 2019-2024. These are really, kind of fast-forward transition years. 5 years COVID, Trump, Biden, but with a radicalization of societies. You have changes elsewhere, with Bolsonaro and so on in South America, and you have the invasion of Ukraine, and not the least, the 7th of October in the Gaza Strip. During those years, you have Eurobarometers are more or less stable. More or less. I mean, people still care for climate. People, do care for the cost of living and so on. But the instrumentalization, and that's where I very much agree with Pegah, of the other and of migration, and of the sense that we have, and I'll come back to the key question of this conference, democracy under pressure, that democracy is slipping away from us. That instills fear and insecurity, a sentiment of, we're not in control of this, and who will give us control? And that's where the narrative comes back to the far right. And I think the worst thing that has happened in the last 5 years and has really crystallized in the European campaign for the European elections is all the way from what Ursula von der Leyen made as a European way of life commissioner, to this Euro whiteness. You know that the Euro whiteness has really become sort of a mantra that's spread all over the place. And during the European campaign and for the elections of the European Parliament, you notice a shift of the right and what we used to call this, mainstream center right towards the right. So that's I think very important. You asked me to cover the European elections.
Just let me give me a minute to ask my colleagues to also show the
Thank you.
latest version of the results, where we stand with the distribution of the seats.
Yeah, that's the very latest, unfortunately. And so we came to these elections. I'll try to make it very, very brief, but still covering the European Parliament elections. We came to these elections with that sort of big picture. So 2024, we have questions of security. There's no question of, I've seen heroes in the last 2 days. I mean, all of you and that I hear in the workshops, I mean, I'm no expert, but I mean, we don't have a problem. We have a problem in Greece, for sure, because of the lack of solidarity at European level. But we don't have a problem with migration. It has been made a problem again, and very well instrumentalized. You haven't heard about it until more or less November 2023, and then it's back. And it's back on the agenda. Everyone knows you push that button, the trigger is on, and it works. It works, and then you have the right, and you have a Spitzenkandidat like von der Leyen that has to position herself against it. The result of the election, as Jon said, are worst in the capitals of some member states than in the European Parliament. So I'm going to be a bit controversial, but it's not as bad as we thought. It's terrible, believe me, but it's not as bad as we thought. What do I mean? We were expecting, look at all the analysis pre-election, very serious people, a wave, and some were even predicting that the ECR, which is European Conservatives and Reformists, and the ID where the Rassemblement National of Identity and Democracy of Rassemblement National of Marine Le Pen sits, that they were going to be close to half of the chamber. It was very serious analysis, and the polls were. That's not the case. The European Parliament elections as a transnational democracy have worked. We have received the results. There were irregularities, but they were minor compared to most of national elections. It's not a far-right European Parliament, but when you have Ursula von der Leyen coming on the stage right after and saying the center holds, which is a famous sentence, it is obviously completely fallacious. No, the center doesn't hold. It has entirely shifted to the right. The decline of the progressives is now confirmed in ways that are more structural than even in the past. Yeah. And that's the scary part. And a few days ago, we had the confirmation that ECR, which is the group where the party Fratelli d'Italia of Meloni sits, is now the third party, which is going to be complicating even further the negotiations on top jobs, but everyone focuses on top jobs, but the next agenda of the Commission. I think what is most worrying, and relating to what Jon was saying, is that the Europe of nations behind the European Parliament elections is winning or gaining ground. And that's the real worry, is that not only the right has taken on board language around migration and the other and so on, but it has taken on board the fact that the European project is a European project of member states. We'll have to compose with that, and so that's a worrying, certainly a worrying part. Overall, during the campaign, the European Green Deal was attacked, but you had very varied scenes throughout Europe. Sometimes it was security, sometimes it was migration. I know I have to finish.
Yeah, exactly. You got my body language.
And so, to finish on democracy and the major question, I would also venture into some theses. I'm not so sure about some of the definitions of the far right. I think the problem is that Orban has won on one key thing, that democracy needs to be substantial to be really called democracy. But the democracy of the far right or the right-wing extremist in Europe is a majoritarian democracy. So it's an exclusionary by design. It's like, we got 51%, we are the Euro whites, you get out. And so that has won. And then you attack the media. Then, as Meloni does in Italy, and so on and so forth. And so that, I think, on the European scale level, it has been showing. And then the last thing is indeed, and you have said it, Pegah, we haven't studied at all from the progressive side Bannon. Bannon came here. The first thing he did, he went to Budapest. And this is where, the consolidation of a strategy happened. And we have been very, very weak in responding to that. And we are even so weaker that, we are here in Greece, and this is probably one of the key examples of the silent, very silent progression of far right. This is an EPP head of state, EPP being the European People's Party, so-called conservative and Christian Democrat, absolutely, killing rule of law, media freedom, being the sort of forefront of tech trials on border controls and so on. And so I think this is one of the places where we will need to start analyzing. So on the next steps, it will be for questions and what we could do. But, this is the birthplace of democracy, so maybe as an opposition to what Mr. Orban has said as make Europe great again, this is the new slogan of his Hungarian presidency, maybe we can make Europe Greek again.
Thanks a lot. Well, not sure if I'm ready for this, I must say, but thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for fitting so much in this initial statement. Thank you all very much for this generous portion of food for thought. Now to your first statements. I promise that this should be as interactive as possible, and you've heard a lot of things, different points of view, and we want to ask you a few things. And yeah, I invite you to grab your mobile phones again in your hands. You know how it works now. It's the same instruction. If you kept your browser open, then you see the question. You join menti.com and you use the code you see on the screen. And the question to you is one of the points that were discussed already. The far right is winning the migration debate or narrative, as you said. We don't necessarily stick to the word debate because they are more. The first response is strategic. So the point here is that we try to gather briefly what you think is making them so effective when it comes to defining the migration narrative at European level. You say coming from a working class background, people recognize themselves because we are coward, because they are more aggressive or evil. Populist, united, emotional, organized, that was mentioned also internationally, very important point. They managed to construct a narrative blame of the other. That was also something that we heard in this discussion. Supported by the media, or at least, as Jon said, is part of this normalization that is taking place. They're better storytellers, oh dear God. They're more active than us. They are good at stirring fear or using people's fear, yeah, which is pretty much the same, or exploiting the popular disbelief that was also mentioned. Again, united, organized, yes, better with social media, also definitely a key point. Or telling a story of solutions, in quotation marks, yeah, fake solutions or promises. Again, communication and social media. We have 42 responses so far. They're pragmatic. Well, you can see it like this as well, maybe. Built on the safety of the past, yeah, no forward-looking. Again, lack of good counter-narrative. That's definitely something to discuss. And I give you a few more seconds for the last ones. They're less elitist in their discussion. So the other side is maybe elitist in there. Maybe you can keep the points because then I will come to you and you will have the chance to also comment on what you hear from the room. Again, organized. They don't spend time on the theory of change. That's an interesting one. Maybe we spend too much time on the theory of change. Because they're... Yeah. Better simplifying things, for sure. And they are not self-referential. Well, not sure about that, I must say. But thanks a lot. That was a very interesting one. And then we have one more before we continue. It's a different type of question. Yeah, voting in progress. And then if we move to the next one, you will see, in line with what we heard from Laurent, asking you, the European Parliament in the new legislative term that is now starting will. And we give you three options. The first one is that it will still serve as a corrective to council positions which weaken the rule of law in the EU. The second option is that the European Parliament will be backtracking on issues such as rule of law and democracy in the member states, or which is probably, the middle ground, have a fragile majority, so it is uncertain to judge its course. And so far, this is the trend that we see here already. 13, 14 responses, say that it's probably too soon to judge, and we're probably talking about a very fragile majority. You saw the picture, how it looks at the moment after the first rounds of negotiations. But this is probably what most of you here in the room think. We give you a few more seconds to file in your views, but it seems that, there is not too much faith that the Parliament will still serve as corrective to the Council. So what we said, that the Europe of nations will be winning, probably it's also something that you share as a point. But the trend in the room is that of a fragile majority, so it's uncertain to judge, and maybe we leave it there. Thank you all, and thank you guys in the booth for making it happen. And now back to you. You heard what the room thinks about these issues, so I get back to you to react to any of these points that triggered you or any of the other points you heard from your co-panelists before we get into discussion. Shall we go one after the other? Yeah? Maybe I start from Laurent. We go the other way around this time. So what triggered you from what you saw on the screen? And
That was a lot to take in. I think, exactly for the last 20 years, I've heard the word narrative a billion times. We have to work on the narrative. We have to work on the narrative. I'm a very pragmatic person. I don't believe in any narrative that's not anchored in social reality. And I think there we have missed big time. And I say we progressives, but obviously I come from the green movement. And it's actually acknowledged on our side. We have missed we've not jumped on the bandwagon of talking to trade unions, talking to, to people that are organized around the labor movements. And that has been something which, is also a testimony to our history. We're relatively young sets of parties, 40 years. We were born with Schengen, with neoliberalism, with Europe. We were not there before. Yeah. And so, we are this sort of baby of the knowledge economy, the Barroso years and so on. So that's a corrective we have to apply. And so that speaks to our elitism. We can speak about our sociology and our own demographics. This is something we'll have to reckon with. Just one thing on the last Mentimeter. There are more expert people here in the room, colleagues from the Parliament. But for the first time, I see a threat that the European Parliament is not going to pick up the rule of law topics.
Seriously.
As Greens, we've been very much on the ball. The very first rapporteurs on Hungary and Article 7 have been from the Greens, Ruud Tavares, Judith Sargentini, and now with Gwendoline Delbos-Corfield. This could be, and this has been a worry, including with the Greek case, which we have never managed to put on the table, despite the fact that it's, all indicators are even worse than any other place. On that, I'm not hopeful.
Thank you very much, Laurent. I come to Pegah. I obviously want your take and anything you want to comment, but I also want to add a question to you about the role of the parties, because I know that you're also working a lot in Germany, within your own party, how parties can become more diverse and more representative of this complex reality out there. Maybe you can also add a few points on that, what kind of work you're doing in the German Green Party on top of your comments.
Thank you for that questions. Yes, I thought what also triggered me was narrative and storytelling. I think there was this one comment, they're the better storyteller. Yeah. And are they? Because, I think they're just not playing by the rules. They don't have boundaries. They have no problem in lying, using emotions. The AfD, for example, they don't do parliamentarian work. They use the strong resources while other politicians are, working on resolutions. They have they use the resources on completely just to do TikTok and social media. They're not doing anything else. So it's quite if you have the backup of Russia, you have money, and you're willing to lie, you're willing to instrumentalize, to play with the basic emotions of people. So what we're facing here is people who are not playing by rules. So that makes it a bit tough for us, but at the end we're really smart too, and we can also counter this. I'm really I just think we slept for too long. We have to wake up and get ourselves organized strategically. And yes, I'm the first diversity spokeswoman of the party, and the idea was that you need representatives. You need for example, people with migration background in politics to be a role model, but also to represent the people with migration background. In Germany, we have 27% of the population have a migration background. It's not a small group, so of course they have to be represented in the parliament. But also, they should also act as a role model. But for me, right now, one project that I started with a politician from the SPD is that we want to get the people with migration background gain their trust back, because they were disappointed also by the politics of the past years. That didn't really change make their lives not better. And to, really empower them and say, stand up for yourself. Because it's always like, AfD saying something, or, like the center saying something against migrations, and then others discussing about what is like okay, what's not okay. And we need people with migration background to stand up for themselves, to stay there and say, I'm a part of the society, I'm defending democracy, and when I say enough is enough, you're not going to sit there and do politics on my back. Like that's what we're really trying to do right now. So.
Thanks a lot. Over to you, Jon. I mean, I'm sure you were triggered by many of the points, and you already mentioned yourself that they're winning the debate. So I'm wondering what really triggered you from these comments, and also what can we do as an additional question to you?
That's a vast question.
Yeah, I know.
Well, first, I think on the first question, I agree completely with Pegah that we are facing people who don't play by the rules. They're very happy to lie. I mean, I lived through the whole Brexit campaign in the UK, which was totally that. It was fabrication after fabrication and fear after fear. I mean, I think for me, it kind of is summed up by why they're winning, or why they're one of the many reasons why they're winning, which didn't come up. For me is that this is because they are willing to lie. Yeah. Basically, they offer very simple solutions to extremely complex problems, and obviously they are not solutions. Self-evidently, what they are offering is not a solution. But because it appears simple, and because it is oversimplified, it cuts through. That's one reason why they're winning, and the other reason, what comes back to what you were saying, what we can do about it. And I mean, I think, and again, I think it was Pegah who said it. That so much of this has to do with with disillusionment with incumbent governments, and with the kind of mainstream governments that Europe has had since in the post-war period, basically. I said the far right offers simple solutions to complex problems. I mean, it would be a real help if the mainstream could offer any kind of solution at all. Yeah. And that until governments start to take seriously issues like housing. Yeah. Cost of the housing crisis, some really fundamental stuff like that. We have to be able to the entire the way the benefit system functions, the impact of that austerity programs have had over we have surely the core duty of any government is to make sure that all its citizens can at least get by. And that has not been accomplished for a lot of people over the last several decades, and so that's one of the reasons why we're getting what we're getting. And on the last slide, whether I kind of agree with the majority view that I think it's pretty hard to say how the Parliament will behave. My fear is that, or my concern is that, although there is a theoretical kind of pro-European mainstream majority in the Parliament, because of this process of normalization that I was talking about, and because, as Laurent was saying, that process of normalization playing out in the Parliament has produced this shift to the right in the Parliament, and I think we'll see ad hoc coalitions forming, so that when the CDU in Germany, under immense pressure from German car manufacturers to delay the banning of new petrol cars or fossil fuel cars in the EU, when you get issues that the centre-right that has moved to the right, when their policy objectives align with the policy objectives of the far right, then I think we will see, we already saw them in the previous parliament, but, we'll see many more of them, I think, here. And that could well apply to the Immigration Pact, will certainly apply to a lot of the Green Deal stuff. So I think, although there may be a theoretical majority, in practice, I think there'll be several, possibly many occasions where you will find an ad hoc centre-right, far-right majority.
Thanks a lot, Jon. And thank you also for this invitation to go back to basics and provide adequate solutions to fundamental issues, because indeed we turned housing, energy, and all these very basic things into goods, and now that the market doesn't regulate itself, we seem to be trapped in this there is no alternative narrative, which, probably is out of date. Petra, last but not least to you, obviously I would like to hear what triggered you, what you find interesting to comment, and also an additional question maybe because, you highlighted the lack of regulation, so maybe what is needed in these issues that you raised, and also at which level, because also when we talk about AI, it becomes increasingly difficult to understand at which level we can regulate and how.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with your second question. I think when we think about regulation or any kind of scaffolding on which we can pin responsibility to in areas where just very little law exists, I think we need a multilateral approach. We need domestic regulation, regional and international regulation, especially when it comes to these emerging areas that are the frontiers of, the next set of human rights abuses, which they replicate patterns that we already see, but it's also a brand new paradigm and a reality that we desperately need some regulatory conversations around, whether that's a moratorium on certain technologies or even an outright ban. But it's also about bigger questions, right? It's about who gets to decide what kind of society we live in and why, and what counts as innovation. It's not an accident that certain powerful actors like the private sector and the state as an entity decides that robodogs are appropriate or AI lie detectors are appropriate, and not using AI for the auditing of immigration decisions or rooting out racism at the border. That's a normative choice that is being made. So I think we need this holistic approach to this issue for sure. And then pivoting to what stuck with me from these really, really interesting responses is I actually think we also need to look inward in our space, whether we call it the left or this migrant justice setting that we operate in, and also reflect on how we can better work together and how we can uphold principles of solidarity. Because I think one thing is that the right does better is there perhaps is less infighting and less kind of identity politics that seem to fuel a lot of the division among the different groups that we all work in. And not only does that not help the cause that we are all very passionate about, but I think it actually distorts the narrative that we are trying to change anyways. So I think we also have to look inward a little bit and recognize how we are part of the problem too, and when it comes especially to representation of affected communities and people who are the experts, really, it requires us to also take stock in how much space we take, right? Myself included, right? I'm building my career on writing about a specific group, which I'm part of too in ways, but I think it's important to query how many resources we take and what is it that we're really doing by working in these established ways. I think we can actually build a different world, but it requires some reflexivity and perhaps some creative ways of working in a different way.
Thanks a lot. Looking at time, we have something more than 15 minutes to open up for questions to you guys. So you have now the other option to be involved in our discussion, to take the floor. I just want to kindly remind you to be brief and to, if you want to introduce yourself, so that, and to also address the question to one of our speakers, if possible, please. So, the floor is yours now. Who wants to go first? I was definitely not expecting hesitation in this crowd. Maybe we'll start with Kirsten there. The mic will find you.
Thanks, Michaelis. Thanks for the very challenging inputs. I felt triggered by the last conversation on discourse, narrative, and so on. Are we losing out, and why and how? And it's true, I agree, and it really triggers me when you're saying they are not following the rules. The problem might be that they might make the rules furthermore. And I don't think it's the right answer to a big issue of not finding the right language, as you said, being too elitist, etc. I love, Pegah, the way you described the need for more authentic, sort of diverse answers into the space. And I think we have to commonly really reflect more on how do we address people that are, if I look back at the nice image on, is there a center still, or has the center shifted to the right? This is our societies in Europe. This is not only the European Parliament. So can we get people that are shifting to the right? Can we convince them?
Yeah. Is it okay for you if we collect 3 per round? Yeah. So 2 more, please. Yeah, next to Kirsten, and then we go on the other side.
Hi, I'm Fanny Bihari. I work at the European Parliament. Coming from Hungary, we always got this critique that Orban survives so long because the resilience in the population is not there. There's no democratic, whatever habit. People don't participate, and people don't recognize what's actually happening in their country. But I'm not sure anymore if Western European established democracies actually do better. So I wonder how you feel about that, actually, with Brexit experience and all that. So I'm not sure this statement stands, but I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah, we're about here to rethink everything. On the other side, please, the final question of this first round, and then we come for the first round of responses to you guys.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Omar. I'm from the Foundation office in Istanbul. And my question is to you, Pegah, and maybe minorly to Laurent as well. That is Germany-specific one. East and West Germany, like after the elections particularly, there was those maps on Twitter that I saw where, like, you know, the number of mosques is less in Eastern Germany versus other parts of Germany, less immigrants in Eastern Germany compared to other parts of Germany, and yet the far right dominated East Germany. So if it is not a matter of visibility and exposure to immigrants or, like, you know, the enemy, quote unquote, why do we still have this political divide after unification in the 90s? What's failing there in Germany for the far right to have that strong hold in that particular part of Germany? Thank you.
I know that these questions and comments do not exactly call for a short answer, but I want to kindly ask you to be brief also from your side so that we get as many questions as possible. And I start with you, Pegah, maybe, and then we go to the rest.
Well, it's, of course, you always have to think about how you, which language you use. That's not the point. But the only solution of all problems is migration, asylum right now. Like, even the CDU, is there any vision they have? Is there any other project they have? Any other answer they have? They don't. So what we need is the battle of coming back to say, these are the problems, these are solutions. Like Thomas Piketty says, if you don't invest in the infrastructure and you have an artificial shortage, minorities start competing with each other, and that's when workers think, okay, it's either me or them. And that's why language is important, but what is really important is to invest in infrastructure, to have justice, you know, to raise taxes, invest, so we don't have these shortcomings for people, and invest in housing and all the issues, public transport, all that. And East Germany, yeah, well, you know, when you have in places migrants, there's less. Sometimes, yeah, there's less problems because you actually are friends with people with a migration background. So maybe that would have helped if there was more people visible in East Germany. But the thing is that right now with the rise of AfD, we can't just say it's just an East problem in Germany. It's a German problem right now. There is some
more problems in some areas, but it's right now it's a whole German problem, and racism is actually raising in whole Germany, unfortunately. But in East Germany, also to come back to that issue, after like Germany got united, there were so many mistakes made not to invest in the infrastructure of the East, not to support civil society in East Germany, transport, housing, all that, they lacked to do that in East Germany properly. So I think, you know, we could have a long debate on what problems are, but I think these are also some points to make about East Germany.
Thank you, Pegah. Jon, to you.
Just to address the Hungary question, and to offer maybe a small glimmer of optimism. I mean, Poland is the counter narrative to Hungary in the sense, I think, that Poland, I mean, it's unfortunate that Poland had to go through 8 years of law and justice rule. Obviously, and I think a lot of people were very unconfident, because one of the things that I left off the list of one of the commonalities of far-right parties clearly is that they are illiberal. Many of them are illiberal, and once they get into power, then they will start trying to, and they do. We saw it very clearly in Hungary and in Poland, and now in Slovakia. They start trying to capture the media, they capture the courts, they start attacking civil society groups, etc. And so Poland is I think a sign of hope. It's unfortunate that it seems that sometimes populations have to go through the trauma and the chaos of realizing that far-right parties in government, obviously can't deliver what they promise, because it's in exactly the same way as Brexit. You know, if you promise something that is fundamentally unrealizable, the British Prime Minister promises to stop the boats, you know. Clearly, that is simply not possible. And so if you promise that and you fail to deliver it, then you're going to be in trouble. But just my little note of optimism is actually that if you actually look at the numbers in the European elections, you see that the advance of the far-right parties in the European Parliament, it wasn't the spectacular surge, as Laurent said, that many of us feared, or that many polls feared. It was an advance that was completely in line with the trend that has been established over the last 2 decades. No more, no less. And in fact, most of their advance was due to major progress in 3 countries, France, Italy, and Germany. And if you look around a lot of the rest of the EU, the far-right parties actually underperformed. They underperformed particularly badly in countries where they are in or supporting government, right? Finland, Sweden, Denmark, even the Netherlands. Geert Wilders' Freedom Party, which comprehensively and shockingly, by a shocking degree, won the Dutch general elections, only in November. Sure, he got a lot more seats than he did before, but he was beaten by a socialist Green alliance, which by his standards certainly would have been a serious underperformance. So I think it's not, the battle isn't lost, is what I'm saying. My worry is that it's it looks like France is heading that way. France seems to be determined to experience a period of government, if not led by, but strongly influenced by a far-right party. One has to hope that it'll come out the other end of it and return to sanity, as Britain is now doing. Britain has lived through, since 2016, 5 prime ministers in 6 years. I mean, completely total political chaos and instability. And it's now returning, 99% certain, to a safe pair of hands and a moderate, reasonable, not very inspiring, but British voters clearly don't want very inspiring, but they've had enough of inspiring politicians for the time being. They want somebody who's pragmatic and gets the job done.
Thank you, John. A short reaction from Laurent, maybe, and from you, of course, and then we have our final round of questions. We started after the academic quarter, so we have 5 more minutes for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Not always sure where to start, but if you look at, it's always interesting to look at barometers and then compare them with election results. And I think the one thing, that's why I went back to the 2 last decades, the one thing that sticks is, and we don't talk about it, and proof is here, we haven't talked about it. Democracy needs to be substantial, I'm not a, I've been trained Marxist, but I'm not a Marxist, but you need a socio-economic dimension. Mm-hmm. Inequality has been rising to such extent that the left behind is no more, it's not anymore, just a fringe of the society. And so why I'm mentioning barometers, when you ask people what they care for, what they're afraid of, and so on, you won't, most of the time, you won't see security until, as I said earlier, you get to the campaign moment. But you will get cost of living, you will get inequality, you will get lack of public services. So indeed, the question of reinvesting in our infrastructures and public services is one, but the other dimension that we generally in the progressive camp have been very weak, especially the social democrats in the last 2 decades, is the question of socio-economic inequalities. It's just, we can talk as long as we want about the formal parts of democracy, but as I said, that's something that the illiberal far-right parties have been very good at playing with. The substantive part of democracy needs to be worked on, and at the European level you have huge levers there, and that's why the fight needs to go on there. But so that's a bit of the kind of area that we have left too much on the side. For the inclusivity, the campaigning, the narrative question. Sorry, I forgot your name, Christina.
Kirsten.
Yeah.
Kirsten.
Well, I do agree with you, but I think where the far right has succeeded overall, and it has been picked up back by the right, is a sense of collective. It's not the collective that we want, but if you look at the progressive camp, it is strongly anchored for the last 3-4 decades into an atomized, individualistic, societal narrative. It has sort of integrated entirely the market-based ideology, and therefore the way we communicate, we don't want to communicate the same collective as they do. We have our own collective. It's much broader, but we don't project a sense of the collective. And on Hungary, I don't know who said that, but I completely, I would tend to disagree, even ex ante, not even now, but it's not that Hungary has less democratic resilience than other Western European democracies. I don't think so. Quite to the contrary. If you see what the countries again in the East and the ones that joined in 2004 have gone through, the democratic resilience is even bigger. But again, the difference between substantive democracy and the formality of democracy, and there you can blame the European Union formalism on that, is where you can play on it, and that's what Orban did very well. You can play with formal democracy.
Judging from the questions, you're expecting a very interesting coffee break, guys. But before that, the final round of up to 3 very short questions, please, so that we can conclude. I know that you had raised your hand before, so I come first to you, and then 1, 2. Sorry.
Hi, thanks. Till Romano from SOS Humanity. Risking an unpopular opinion. Isn't it that far rights won the migration debate and are going to maybe win the climate change debate because we let them? And shouldn't politics and politicians react, and that's maybe a question to Pegah, react in a sense that while we let AfD and far rights a lot of space and a lot of room to construct their ideas and to share their opinions, politicians and politics right now are missing out to deconstruct them publicly and to speak out on the actual problems, to explain them. It's like barely we see politicians explaining what they're struggling with, emphasizing the civil society to share this problem and this feeling with them, to bring politics a bit closer to that. And maybe just to hear your opinion again on that, Pegah, would be nice.
Not very unpopular opinion. Where was the second one? Here, and then the gentleman in the center.
Thank you. My name is Thalia Russo. I'm representing the Greek Green Institute in this Congress, and I consider immigrant myself because I live and work in London for the last 20 years. So, although I'm a medic and supposedly I'm sort of highly paid and everything, I have experienced the Brexit myself. So I wanted very much to know what are the lessons that Europe has learned from Brexit. We are still, living this. And I have another question, which may sound simple. Why we can't pass across the messages in a simplistic way ourselves? Why would the far right has this privilege? Is this that difficult? Thank you.
Well, the million-dollar question. And the gentleman in the center, and like this, we close this Q&A round, and thank you very much for your active participation, and apologies to the ones who didn't make it.
Hello, my name is Wael Karsifi. I'm with the Technology Monitor, and I'm a journalist myself. My question is to Jon, because I want to ask you about your great experience covering elections in Europe. And my question is specifically about elections, because covering Southeast Asia, which is a far away region from here, there's a trend that we saw there for the past 8 years, that far-right parties, which gained a lot of ground, they were the far-right party in Malaysia, for example, was the single highest votes. They didn't get in the government because another practical coalition was made. But one reason is they gained a lot of votes in the past 8 years, aside from the fact that they are also, just like you mentioned, are not willing to play by the rules, they are willing to lie and disinform the public. But one another reason is between the elections, far-right parties in Southeast Asia are always willing to be on the ground, talking to people. We saw them being on the grassroots level, helping farmers, for example, when floods happen, when there are problems with housing crises, they are always willing to be there on the ground. And my question is, through your coverage of Europe for the past all those years, is there a similar trend? Do you think far-right parties in Europe are good at being close to people, offering practical solutions between elections? Thank you.
Many questions addressed to you, Jon, so I will come to you. I will give you a final word, but maybe I come to Pegah first to react to the first question.
Well, there was different... We don't have a common strategy of all parties and politicians. At the beginning, and I used to be a political advisor in the Parliament of North Rhine-Westphalia, and at the beginning, the strategy was to ignore AfD, not to discuss with AfD. And then for a while, they were not present in the media. And there was a while they were going down and the pandemic, and then they suddenly rised again. And then the second strategy became to explain what they really want and to explain where the problems are. And all these scandals were also published, but it didn't really help. We were not able to. I think, some percent they went down after the big democratic demonstrations, but still, for all the scandals, it's still too high. And you see that also in the United States. I mean, Trump is about to get elected from the jail to become a president. Hopefully not, but it could be possible. So this is a constant battle. We constantly have to think about how we can reach the people again, especially with like winning their heads and hearts for real solutions. Like, I'm really working on this. In Germany, we had we raised the welfare money for people who are out of job, and I thought the critic would be, why is it so less money? Why didn't you put enough in it? And somehow the centrist plus the right managed to do this huge debate about why are they getting almost as much money as those who are working in low-paid jobs. So they were more successful to have a competition between these groups than having the society asking for, proper loan of people that are working. We wanted to have basic child income, social income for those children in poverty, for them to have some basic income. And we didn't get the back of the society for this. We just got critic the whole time that the concept that we have on the table is too complex. So we all who are on the progressive left really have to work hard to get, again, these issues on the table, to have empathy, to have the trust of the people that we can do a politics to invest in infrastructure that is good for everyone, and that our only issue should not be, or it's not a solving problem at all if you have a hard politics on asylum and minorities and migrants. But what really worries me, that maybe you can say also something about that, after Brexit, after people saw that when you have no migrants coming in, your problems don't get solved, they get worse. Right now, do you feel like there's an openness for migrants? Because I heard there's a group called Migration Zero who even want worse,
I'll do all three questions, but very briefly. I think that's absolutely I mean, we need to make. I think the left generally has been absolutely terrified of the migration question for far too long. Nobody dares make a positive case for immigration. It's absolutely extraordinary. It is a statistical fact in Britain, as we demonstrated. We worked it out during the whole Brexit debate, and it is a statistical fact in most Western European countries that immigrants contribute more to the national economy than they take out, in terms of that they pay more into social security than they take out. They tend to be younger, they tend to be working hard, they don't need, basically they contribute more than they take out. And European economies need, this is something we haven't touched on at all, European economies need migration to maintain where they are at the moment. And the only politician I've heard say that recently was the Spanish immigration minister, who I think stood up a couple of weeks ago and said Spain needs X number of 100,000 migrants per year to keep the economy going. So yeah, we certainly have allowed the far right to win the narrative on migration. On Brexit.
Very briefly, John, if you may,
very quickly,
please. Yes.
No, very, very quickly. I mean, I think the one positive that's come out of Brexit is that there is now no single far-right party in Europe that is actively pushing to pull their country out of the European Union in the immediate future, because people have seen, quite what extraordinary chaos it leads to. You cannot just erect a whole mountain of barriers with your biggest single trading partner and expect it not to have any kind of an impact. And on immigration, the other, actually the answer to that question is that leaving the European Union may have reduced by a factor of 6 the number of European Union citizens coming into the UK. But it has led to somewhere between a doubling and a tripling of the number of immigrants coming in from outside the European Union. So again, it's this simple solutions to complex. You cannot just say, I am going to stop, we will stop all immigration. It is simply not possible. And finally, the question on far-right parties. I think it's different in Europe mainly because there is, in most, certainly Western European and a lot of Central Eastern, there is a good, solid safety net, social security safety net, where, so actually the far right involvement is largely rhetorical rather than practical, where you have seen the far right and in the actually the extreme right, the neo-fascist right, for example, Golden Dawn, you know, made huge electoral progress during and in the aftermath of the Eurozone crisis 2011, 2000, but precisely because they were active in the neighborhoods and delivering food and all that kind of stuff. But in most Western European countries, you know, the degree of practical aid that political parties, on the ground aid that political parties can deliver is kind of minimal.
Thanks a lot. One final minute to Petra and Laurent for anything as a final comment, and then we conclude, please.
Just finally, just to reflect about how maybe we can work better in this space. Again, I think it's about thinking creatively and collectively about what is the future that we're building towards, and where do resources go, and how is it possible that we, as you know, being part of this political spectrum, seem to be kind of running behind. And I sometimes think about it this way. It seems like we have to be so reactive to so many social problems, but I think we actually maybe can be a bit more proactive in terms of solidarity building, in terms of identifying issues and finding new narratives that will push us forward.
This is also one of the reasons why we wanted to have this kind of meeting here and to co-construct it with other offices, with other organizations, with people like you guys. So yeah, totally see the point. Laurent, even if you can make it in less than a minute, it would be great.
Yeah, so 30 seconds on an observation, very general, but I think it's important. I do believe in it. And then on maybe 30 seconds on the next step, and you see I already wasted 10. So on the observation, again, coming back to the last years and even decades, what we too often forget when you're in a party and you have to design a program and you have to design your narrative and so on, is that we have taken for granted that the debates around are about values. The big return in the last 2 decades of morality in political circles is really where we are losing. Morality and values are not the same thing. They can coincide, but the sort of return of a moral order, as you see it, is really what is endangering us. So we need to tackle that, and there are, as I said, points of convergence. The question of solidarity, I mean, we hear it here and sometimes, but I mean, point me to a Green or even a Social Democrat Party that has made it really one of its, forefront campaign mantras. It's not a given. On the next steps, there are so many things to say, and as I said, most people I've seen yesterday I consider heroes and heroines. So let me say about the parties, and I think about the parties, one thing is really the question of the connection on the ground. Yeah. Because I agree with Jon, it's a sort of facade, but what the right under Bannon and the return of the right and the far right in Europe has done is a real parallel to what Reagan did back then in the US. The Republicans took to the associations, to the famous bowling clubs and so on. They went back to the roots. We're very far away from the roots, no matter, I mean, I don't want to be negative, but I want to be constructive. And we need to do that. And so the dialogue with trade unions and so on. Civil society organizations are key, but they are not the only thing. Trade unions and associations and local level is very important. Thanks.
We'll be discussing more ways ahead in the second panel. After the break, I think we provided more than enough problems with our first panel here so that you will have enough to discuss in the second panel. I won't dare to summarize everything we said because we have something much better than me repeating things. We have somewhere here, you may see a gentleman drawing quietly on his iPad. Creatively about what we've been discussing. So when you will come back after the coffee break, you will see what our dear colleague Yorgos Konstantinou has made with his iPad. He's the man behind the beautiful visual identity of our conference. So I would like to thank Yorgos, but also thank Petra, Jon, Pegah, and Laurent for this discussion. 30-minute coffee break, and we're back to discuss ways ahead in the second panel. Thank you all very much.
Okay, test, test.
All right.
Hello, hello.
You can speak loud and clear.
I can speak normally.
Yes.
Panel 2 approaching soon.
All right. Thank you very, very much. Eh, eh. Εμένα πρέπει να μ' ακούει. Οκ. Μιλάω εγώ από κάτω. Οκ. Ναι. Έλα, γεια.
Summer commercials. Yeah. Oh yeah, like professional women, but
Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. Ένα. Απλώς μπαίνει κόσμος τώρα, να ξέρετε.
Where je peux se mettre sur le TikTok?
Julian.
Έρχεται τώρα μάλλον ο φίλος. Κάτσε να δω αν μας ακούει. Το ξέρω, να μιλήσω εγώ να μου πεις ότι έρχεται στο Zoom. Αφού δεν μιλάει κανένας. Για πες μου ρε Νίκο, έρχεται ήρθε εκεί πέρα. Στο Zoom. Στο Zoom αν πηγαίνει μέσα. Όχι στην κονσόλα. Στον υπολογιστή. Βλέπεις εκεί στον υπολογιστή. Φωτάκι πρέπει να βλέπεις στην κονσόλα. Στην κάρτα ήχου. Όχι. 1-2. Όχι. Η κάρτα ήχου είναι στο preferences. Είναι Mac αυτό. Ωραία. Στο preferences του Mac. Και κλείστο και ξανά ανοιχτό. Can you please speak to us?
Sorry. Here I am again.
A little more.
A little more what? Come in next.
Okay, thank you.
No? Yes, okay, great. Warm. Thank you once again to Yorgos Konstantinou, the great artist behind a visual summary of, I think, a very interesting and indeed a lot of food for thought first panel we had this morning. Now, welcome back. We have, after the many challenges we discussed and touched upon in the first panel, now the honor of having 4 wonderful panelists with us to look into the options on how to tackle these challenges a little bit. So let's look into different avenues, look at different levels, opportunities, and hopefully get some ideas and inspirations for all of us, because we don't want to leave you with dark and gloomy challenges only, but also make sure that you get some food for thought on how to become engaged. I know most of you already are, but maybe also how we can better counter the far right and the challenges we have. So a warm welcome to my panelists on the panel and online. We have Milena Zajovic with us, actually wearing a couple of hats. Milena is a psychologist, a journalist, and human rights defender, quite an active one. Milena, you organized the first gay pride in Croatia already in 2002. Co-led a first Croatian LGBT organization and started becoming active in the field of migration and asylum really for some years since 2015. You have led the NGO Are You Serious, which I know many of you here in the room know. And you have served as head of advocacy of the Border Violence Monitoring Network, which is also a long-standing partner of Heinrich Foundation. So in that role also consulting with European institutions, the Parliament, the Council, co-authored the Black Books of Pushbacks, collecting testimonies, over 25,000 by now, of people on the move experiencing violence at our borders. So very much connected to what we heard from you, Petra, in the first panel. Thanks for being with us, and a warm welcome. Then we have... We are happy to have Tiago da Cruz Bartolo with us today as coordinator of the network From the Sea to the City. Tiago, like myself, is a political scientist, so maybe this second panel is the political scientist panel, we will see, with an MA in critical geography as well. You are interested in exploring alternative institutional models, which we will talk about later. And you have dedicated many years of your professional career to different civil society organizations, Alarm Phone being one of them, but also to ecologist organizations such as Ecologists in Action. A warm welcome to you as well, Tiago. From Athens, we have Stefanos Loukopoulos with us, who is the co-founder of WooliWatch and director of WooliWatch. WooliWatch is a transparency and democracy watchdog organization. But before that, Stefanos gained extensive experience in the NGO sector as well, in London, in Brussels, but also having worked with the parliament, really gained knowledge on both sides, let's say, of the political field. And last but not least, we have with us Parastu Hakim, unfortunately online. Parastu is the founder of Shrug Underground Schools and the founder of an online university in Afghanistan. Parastu has started the schools in September 2021, and as most of you in the room probably remember, we had the brutal seizure of the Taliban in Afghanistan in August 2021, so only weeks later. She bravely started her own network and organizations, making sure that despite girls being banned from public school, there's a network of teachers continuing schooling. So in that sense, an activist as well and a founder of an organization. Warm welcome. Unfortunately, not in the room with us.
Hi, everyone.
We would also like to give you the floor for some initial statements, because I really managed to only briefly introduce you, but to also tell us a little bit about your background, starting with Milena. So, thanks.
Thank you. I think you covered my background extensively, and I also like to avoid talking about myself too much. I would rather react to some things that were said in the previous panel, and especially the points that came from the audience, which I found very interesting. And since these sort of panels are usually the best platforms for white people with European passports to share their academic knowledge, I would like to start by saying that in information theory, there is a difference between something that is called lay argument and technocrat argument. So lay argument is something that is considered coming, from the real experience of people, which is simplistic, appealing to emotion, something the right wing is doing quite well. On the other side, you have technocrat argument, things such as, data-driven, academically driven knowledge, which is something that we like to resort to. When I say we, I mean like left and the green political options. So when we are doing this, we say that we are holding higher ground. But my fear is that we are actually, by doing so, losing ground. Because while the right wing, for example, is speaking about defending the border, we are speaking about intersectionality and securitization and stuff like that. And this is how we are falling out of this information mill between the politics, the media, and the people. And when we are becoming aware that we are falling out because our messages don't translate very well, then we start shying away from the topic of migration. And I think this is what we saw in the pre-election campaign, speaking of the Greens, but speaking also of the other options that are maybe more connected to our values. And when we are speaking of such topics, we fall into the trap too often of mystifying the peril of the people on the move. And while doing that, I'm afraid that we are contributing to othering of the people we are talking about, because we forget that migration rights are women's rights, are labor rights, are related to climate crisis, to housing crisis, things that resonate very well with the general audience and the voters. And I would also like to point out that elections are not cerebral activity, they're emotional activity. I think very few of us compared all the programs of political parties and then decided for whom we are going to vote. So in that regard, I think the right is doing right, and we have a lot to learn from them.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to the Reinhard Böll Stiftung. I would like to have a quick background on what From the City to the City is, which is not an established organization, but rather a movement of organizations that gather in a certain context to counter these restrictive migration policies. Restrictive back then, now it's just gore, but I am myself an activist of Alarm Phone. Alarm Phone, for those of you who don't know it, is an organization that takes phone calls from people who are in imminent danger while crossing borders. And we alert the competent authorities and NGOs that are active in the regions to rescue them, building up pressure and scandalizing if authorities don't respond. I joined From the City to the City as an activist of Alarm Phone. I started collaborated in the consortium as such. And From the City to the City, as I said, is a movement, just like Alarm Phone. Many other organizations are part of it, Sea Rescue, but also also organizations that are doing important work in different cities across Europe for the participation, social cultural participation of migrants in different territories, and also researchers. There is one thing that was very inspiring for this consortium, which was the Palermo Charter from the mayor of Palermo, advocating for freedom of movement and local citizenship. So basically citizenship rights to people on the move in different local realities. And from that inspiring document, there was this Palermo Charter platform process that was developed. So it was an articulation process of these organizations that coincided with Salvini's closed harbor policy. So in a way, can also be read as a response to this. And the idea behind it was to create transnational corridors of projects and spaces of solidarity at local level, which then, of course, included municipal authorities. With this vision, the work with municipal authorities became one key axis of from the City to the City's work. Until the foundation of IASH, which is the International Alliance of Safe Harbors, created in 2021 in Palermo also. So as a movement, the context matters. The context back then, I'm talking about 2015, the Palermo Charter on. The context back then was deterrence strategies through sea rescue barriers. It has changed since then. This continues and it became worse, as we all know. But externalization, not only to third countries in Africa, but also in Lebanon, for example, but also within Europe, normalized necropolitics, widespread discourse criminalizing migration are affecting societies in ways that we can already see, namely the rise of the ultra-right. So one important aspect which I wanted to highlight in this introduction is that From the City to the City is not uniquely a civil society movement, but there is an underlying proposal here, which I think will be probably a good contribution to the debate, because this idea of creating corridors with local authorities and their local realities was also a tool to work against national states as a nativist container from within. So local authorities being state actors. And also beyond the national state, because they created a transnational alliance of cities. So it's really, from a political, theoretical perspective, it's really working from within the state with state actors, and beyond the state, creating an alliance that one of the goals that we had was to turn IASH into a political actor capable of speaking to EU actors. And just to finish, I think the discussions are too focused on electoral and national politics. We saw this also today. We were talking about electoral results and electoral dynamics. And as a proposal or an invitation, I would like to invite you to think of transnational politics away from toxic policies, not politics, transnational policies as opposed to toxic politics. as a functional approach to overcome a fake nationalism, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiago.
Thank you, and thank you to the organizers for the very kind invitation. It's always a pleasure being in Thessaloniki, although I can't stand the humidity, but you know, you can't have it all. Now, I must confess that I would have rather be in the previous panel, because given my old age, I mean, I'm not, it looks deceived, plus 10 years of working with within the Greek political system, corruption, lack of transparency, it tends to like age your soul at least, if not your body. So this whole process has turned me into a sort of grumpy pessimist. So I would have much rather like complain about how shit everything is, sorry, you know, rather than trying to find solutions. But I'll try and do both, because I think that you cannot find a solution if you don't know exactly what the problem is, and you can't face a problem if you don't know what this problem looks like. In my view, the main issue that we are facing today in the West, in inverted commas, in established democracies, is the fact that around 20 years of you know, political and economic approaches have to an extent have created vast inequalities. They've created vast inequalities among citizens within Western affluent economies. And it is a system that is promoting individualism over collectivism. It is a system that is promoting financial gains for the sake of financial gains, without taking into consideration the repercussions that these gains may have on, you know, the social fabric or the environment or God knows what. So basically, what has been happening over the last few years is that politics has been distancing itself from the polis, from the people, and it's serving, I would argue, a very small minority of this world. So yes, I'm talking about an elephant in the room. There is an elephant in the room. No one wants to openly say what this elephant in the room is. Whether you're in a lefty or green or centrist or right-wing or whatever gathering, no one will, you know, name this. It's a C word. I don't know if you're allowed to say it. It's a C word. It's capitalism. It's modern-day capitalism. I mean, I know that I might sound like a washed-out Marxist or I don't know what. You may judge me as you want, but this is my opinion. It is this new form of capitalism that we have been experiencing over the last years that has alienated people from politics, that has alienated politics from people. And unless we decide to face it and do something about it, I'm not calling for a call to arms, obviously. I'll get back to the solutions in a bit. Unless we do something about it, all we'll be doing in forums like these ones, in organizations such as mine or such as the ones that the guys work, would be to apply plasters on a festering wound that will have no effect. And then we'll be wondering why populism is rising, why are the fascists on the rise, why our societies are becoming have autarkic tendencies. Well, that's because people are super disappointed by the political system that was placed there supposedly to advance their interests. That's the reason. It's not rocket science. So we need, I mean, I don't know if this is a solution. If I had the solution, I probably wouldn't be sitting here with you today. But I think, the way I see it in the long term, what we need to do is to not really reinvent politics, but go back to the origins of what democracy, what the democratic values are, and what the values of the so-called rule of law and human rights are. We don't need to reinvent anything. We need to reinvent, however, the trust that has been broken between citizens and the political system, the political elite, so that they won't, go and vote for random charlatans that promise things that are not feasible and that are not positive for democratic systems of governance. And how do you create this trust? How do you build and fill the gap that has been created over the last years? I mean, what we do at Vouli Watch is, our theory of change, if you like, goes along these lines. Firstly, in order to create, you need to take into account what democracy is. Let's take it from the top. Democracy should not be seen as a as a mass, as a stone, as a rock, as something tangible that fell off the sky and came here one day and said, okay, this is it, now we've got democracy, that's it, let's go, autopilot, carry on. No, democracy is a concept, democracy is an idea, democracy is organic, democracy is like a plant that needs the sea, that needs the water, that needs the sun, and that needs care and affection. Now, when we stop caring and tending to democracy as a society, then it's going to start to shrivel. Democracy doesn't mean voting once every 4 years. Democracy means being an active citizen, which means being active in the commons, applying pressure to your members of parliament, monitoring their work, judging them properly and not judging them on the merit of, if they're going to help you in the future with some family member or I don't know what, nepotism. So the best way to achieve this, the best way to sort of start bridging this gap and start feeding democracy again is through the creation of trust. And the creation of trust can only be achieved through more transparency, more accountability, more chances for citizens to have their voice heard at the decision-making level. These things are not hard to happen. Like civic technologies in general are there, and they can help us. They can help reimagine, reinvent, actually, democracy. A democracy that's going to be more participatory, a democracy that's going to be more transparent, and politicians that are going to be more accountable. There are tools to do that. What is lacking is a political will. The political will come, though, once citizens start demanding this. So the best thing we can do is carry on, definitely don't become pessimists and cynics as I am starting to become, but carry on being dreamers and carry on fighting the good fight until we convince people around us that we deserve a better democratic system of governance. I think I went far away. Sorry if I confused you.
But you gave us the perfect handover.
Also, why aren't I getting any claps? I'm sorry. I didn't get one during my introduction, so I was like...
Fishing for claps now. Thank you, Stefanos. I think this was actually an excellent bridge to Petra, who will join us online, because she actually is a woman having started to engage for democracy in her very own way. So warm welcome to you online with us, Petra. Unfortunately, you cannot be with us here in the room. I had the pleasure of meeting Petra on 2 panels already, and I was highly inspired by your work and what you did, and we would have loved to have her here with us, but being a refugee and going through the experience of being as an accepted refugee in Europe may also mean that you have mobility restrictions. And this is part of the reality that also people who have the privilege, and it's not a privilege as we know, but who are who have managed to arrive safely in Europe and having gone through a legal process being accepted as refugees might still have bureaucratic hurdles traveling from one place to another, and this is also something that just needs to be highlighted and made visible, I think, here in this forum. So thanks for joining us online.
Hello, everyone. I'm not sure if you guys can see me, but I can't see any of you. I'm not sure if
we see you. We see
you. Okay. So I will just speak with myself because I just see myself here. So good morning. I think it's morning or good noon, everyone. And thank you very much for having me. It's really an honor to be here and to speak in such a great platform with those amazing voices in it. Thank you, and I'm really glad to be part of it. Unfortunately, I have to say that with those amazing people that we have in the panel, they were talking about the solutions and things, and I found myself the problem because I am a refugee. So I was thinking that, are they talking about like me? Am I the problem, or it is about me? So but first of all, as she said again, my name is Pavlos Hakim, and I was born as a refugee in Pakistan in 1996 when the Taliban was in my country. Unfortunately, I don't know how it's it to be born and to say that my birth country is also Afghanistan while I am from Afghanistan. And then shortly after that, I left back to Afghanistan while the war was still going on. I studied everything in Afghanistan, and after 20 years, I came back to the same page, which is I'm a refugee again. So in my country, I was not accepted as a woman because those people have imprisoned millions of people and humans at home just because they are not men. So we came here and now they are calling us refugees. So I think it's always a name tag on me, on us, on all of the people that they have been misguided, misleaded, misplaced because of the wrong decisions of the policymakers, the world leaders and the politicians today. Situation in the world is really disappointing, especially according to one of our panelists that they said like, we have to be proud to like I'm not sure we spoke about democracy, but we didn't really use the power that we have to take the world to a better way, to lead the world to a better place. And today I am in a situation that I do not have the right to have my own house. I do not have the right to travel. I do not have the right to work right now. And with all these connections that I had with my land, it is gone. And I have to start my life from zero here. But in the same time, I have to face discrimination. I have to be judged and bullied for not being able to speak their own language. I have, when I came first, I was in one of the governmental offices in this country. And because I was so traumatized, so I have these dark circles under my eyes, and I was so traumatized and sad, and the people sat me from 8 in the morning till 4 p.m. in the afternoon without any food and anything because they thought that I am maybe addicted, or in the same time maybe they thought that I look like a criminal people, so they wanted to assess my behavior on how do I behave, and I was so calm, and then they did a medical checkups without my consent. I didn't know. I thought it's also part of the process of the interview in one of those governmental offices after the interview for immigration. But then shortly after I got out of there, when the other person went there, she was from Kurdistan, Iraq, she went, and her interview got at least like 30 minutes and 40 minutes. And I asked her that they did these things to me, and she said like, no, they didn't do it to me. So next time when I went there, I asked them, why did you do the medical checkups to me? Why did you ask me to stay here a whole day without eating anything? So they told me that because you were looking like you are sick, you are addicted to something, we wanted to see your behavior. According to your behavior, we are going to decide about you. So imagine, I have been traumatized, but all the things happen in my country, and the work that I have been doing and being under the war criminal people in the leadership of my country. I could not be like a green and white, and my face could not be as it is right now. My hairs, I cannot change its color. It is how I am, and I was not acceptable in my country back then, and here also I have been questioned. Yes, they are very nice in many situations. This is the place that I have called home the first day I have arrived here. But I have so many problems that I'm obliged to be silent about it and just to silent suffer kind of thing, because I am an immigrant. If I say anything, they will just tell me that, oh, you are the person who is taking our tax monies, while I don't even know that where am I standing in this position. So anyways, I'm working on secret schools in Afghanistan from 2021 in September, shortly after the Taliban came. And we have more than 1,000 girls right now in our platforms that they are studying with us in secret schools. And we have made some small businesses for them so that they can support themselves and their families to escape being forced for marriages. And because women are not, right now, girls are right now being forced for marriages. Just 1 week before, we had a girl, she was 15 years old and she was forced for a marriage, but she's still coming to our school because she had the eager to education. The Taliban right now has done, they are just ruling a kind of gender apartheid, but nobody is really speaking about it. We right now are protesting all over the Europe, and we are asking the governments to at least speak about gender apartheid in Afghanistan. Believe me, if the countries here and the countries that they are speaking very highly about democracy and freedom, they speak about what bad things and the human rights violations is happening in our country, we would not have been here. If they decided the good decisions, if they would have taken good policies undertaken about our countries, we would have never choose to be an immigrant. Not because I don't love this country, I love it with all my body and soul, but I really wanted to be here under other circumstances. I wanted to come here as a student. I wanted to come here as a tourist. I wanted to come here to attend some conferences and go back to my country. We have, right now, you have a chair, an empty chair of me in this platform. We have millions of chairs right now in the schools inside Afghanistan that women are not allowed to go and sit there to work, to study in university, to sit in the schools to study because they are women, So let's stand together. Let's question our policymakers. Being a refugee is really not our pleasurous choice, and we are trying our best to put ourselves in the shape of the rules of this government, and we respect it a lot. We accepted it as our country. You also accept that. And if tomorrow our country is free again, and because the policymakers, politicians, and everybody in the leadership took the right decisions, I will be the first person who will take the tickets and go back to my country, because nobody wants to stay away from their favorite foods, their mother's love, and their family's love. Thank you.
مکتب میرفتیم با چقدر شور شوق میرفتیم اما استاد اگه حالم شروع شود هیچ امیدی ندارم استاد که شروع شود.
که مادر آینده یک بساعت نباشه.
اسم من آرزو است و در مکتب اسیرک درس میخوانم و از اینکه صنف 7 هستم نمیتونم مکتب برم و نمیتونم درس بخونم و نمیتونم تحصیل کنم، ولی وقتی که من مکتب میام بسیار خوشحال میشم و در این کورس که میایم بسیار خوشحال میشم درس بخونم و پیشرفت کنم برای آینده خود یک فرد یا یک شخص مفید باشم و هیچ چیزی جای مکتب ما رو گرفته نمیتونه. این که ما مکتب میریم تحصیل میکنیم، ولی از این خوشحال هستم که مکتب میرم و میخوام در آینده خود یک انجینیر خوب شوم و به خاطر انجینیر شدن باید من درس خوب بخونم.
از جهانیان از طالبان فقط دیری میخوایم که مکتب ما رو باز کنه، هیچ وقت مانع تحصیلی ما نشود، چون ما دخترها یا خانمها نصف از جامعه رو میسازیم. پس وقتی که جامعه ما بی سواد به بار بیاید، آینده ما خراب است و به فلاکت کشانده میشه.
از تمام جهانیان میخوایم که استاد مثل کوه در پشت ما باشند، تمام جهانیان و تمام کسایی که در دور از کشور ما، خارج از کشور ما زندگی میکنن، احساس کنن که دختر خودشان استاد از قسم از درس خواندن، از آزاد زندگی کردن محروم شدن.
از جهان و طالبان میخوایم تا مکتب‌ها را برای دخترها باز کنیم و ما حق داریم که درس بخونیم.
Thank you so much, Parastu, for your really moving words and for reminding us all of what it actually means to go through this experience, to be displaced, and what the reality for refugees may or may not look like, and also for this movie that I think gave us a very brief idea of what your organization has managed to do impressively. We heard about so many different things now. I think it's time for our audience to also engage with us. I know we have had like many different aspects and tackled and touched upon them briefly already. So now we would like to ask you to answer us another Mentimeter question. And we hope that after this first round, you might, and also obviously having listened to the first panel, you might have an idea if each of you would become European Commissioner for Migration and Home Affairs right now. What would the one thing be that you would do? A $1 million question, but we really look forward to some ideas and some creativity, hopefully, here in the room. Okay. Actual person with immigration background. Okay. Can't see this. Bring cities and local authorities to the table, learn from their experience. Okay. Stop supporting Israel to have more Palestinian refugees. Oh my God. Creating online asylum applications. Okay. Advocate for better solidarity mechanism. Create legal pathways. We have quite some ideas. Listen more to NGOs working with immigrants and refugees and to these groups of people themselves. Shall we give it a few more minutes? I don't think we have more answers coming. Oh, there we have another one. Okay, this is a broad variety of answers. And we probably need hours to discuss all of these, but thanks for all of your contributions. Let's see if we can take up some of them during the discussion, which is already, I think we have a challenge of having like a very broad panel in terms of ideas proposed and solutions proposed. But probably also already after the first panel, it became clear that we are faced with a variety of challenges happening at the same time, being interconnected, feeding into each other. So the question in how far, I mean, we learned in the first panel that migration and this, like, how did Jon call it, nativism is like the one red thread that is kind of connecting all far-right movements, right? So migration, in a way, is the elephant in the room, or not even an elephant, like openly spoken about and misused. We heard a lot about fear and emotions. On the one hand, on the other hand, we have a lot of actual challenges to tackle. We have policy challenges. We have politics that have to change. So it is a very complex and broad picture. But I kind of want to ask you on the panel, whoever feels ready to answer that, to really, how can we reclaim the topic of migration and asylum? I mean, we have heard, I don't know, one of our panelists said earlier this morning, there is no problem actually. And this is something I very much would like to further dig into. Like, I mean, on the one hand, I think there is still this consensus that you know, we cannot let people drown in the Mediterranean, obviously. We have some lessons learned from history. All of us might become, at any point in history, refugees ourselves. I mean, some very basic...
I feel a bit of a problem of the civil society is that it kind of thrives on having issues to solve, you know? I think we kind of need problems in order to exist. And then when we have this illusion that we maybe fixed some problems or that they have changed, and interestingly enough, as we were talking informally yesterday, oftentimes these problems actually do change for the better during the right-wing government rules, then we are kind of lost. But I think there is also a big danger of solidifying our work and kind of becoming mentally and procedurally lazy. And from that perspective, things can start seeming better or easier. So I feel that we really need to constantly go back to the principles of grassroots. And when I say grassroots, I don't necessarily mean, you know, no budget, feet in the mud approach, which I respect, but also in terms of like constantly reinventing what we do. For example, I was guilty at some point of my life of creating a bit of a monster. It was called Are You Serious Daily News Digest. It was me in my room doing it for a while, then it became a team. The idea of that was when the entire thing exploded in 2015 and there was no communication between the people who were trying to support people on the move. And I was like, okay, I'm a journalist, I know this shit. I mean, can I say this in the... You know, if I know to do something, it's like how to deal with information. So I was like, okay, let's, you know, create a platform to share information. Because, you know, volunteers in Idomedi had no idea what the volunteers in Belgrade were doing, etc. And I think it served its purpose for a while. It actually became quite big. But then it became redundant. The next thing was, okay, you know, we connected, many of us, not me specifically, but like we connected, you know, we networked, we connected actors on the ground. So I guess what we need to do now is a bit of advocacy, but not, you know, Brussels-based, Brussels-oriented echo bubble. So through BVMN, which I was happy to be part of, and there are still some colleagues here who persist in BVMN, and I wish you all the best. We created an advocacy platform that really tried to follow the logic of what Are You Serious was doing with the news, like really bring information from the ground to policymakers, shortcut the entire, big NGO monopoly. And I think we did succeed. And I think, especially now after the new pact, this might also become redundant at some point in the shape that it is now. And I'm not saying this, from any sort of like negative or spiteful perspective. On the contrary, I think our goal needs to be to become redundant, because we need to constantly reinvent what we are doing and to do it from the scratch in order to stay relevant. So now, in terms of what is happening, with the EU elections, maybe the next, short cut between information should be between the general voters and the politicians, because I feel these ties are severed. And this is the issue that we are facing. Right wing is not facing it that much. They are very well tuned to the, feelings and needs of the ordinary people, so to speak. And this means constantly engaging in humbling emotional labor of asking those who are affected, talking to refugees instead of assuming, talking to what we like to call economic migrants in the West, talking to European citizens, but also talking to those who are not European citizens and are very much affected by European politics and have a lot to say when it comes to the topic of migration. For example, people living in the so-called Western Balkans, which is, as somebody rightfully pointed out, a social construct or political construct. I was a refugee myself. I grew up as a war kid on the front line. When my sister was born in the middle of bombing, I didn't see her or my mother for 2 weeks because she had a labor in the basement of completely destroyed hospital. There are people here in this room who survived the siege of Sarajevo, who fought in the war, who were refugees of war. My friends from Bosnia. None of us, despite of the experience we had, can assume that because of the experience we had in a completely different social and historical moment, understand what people who are affected by similar things now are experiencing. We cannot assume what they need. We cannot assume what they want. And if we fall in a trap of assuming, then of course the battle is lost. And we cannot assume what the average voter needs and thinks, because we are not average voters. And this is why I think it's important to have people like Parasto and her voice being centered. But also, I think we need to speak to people outside of our bubble. We need to speak to right wing to understand them, not to agree with them. We need to speak with that huge electorate of general audience, which is in between the extremes, because they're the ones whose votes we can swing, and we should do that.
Yes, I totally agree. I think that that's something that I usually say as well, like for the line of work I'm in, like that we should, in an ideal world, we should be irrelevant the way that things are. But in all honesty, I believe that civil society alone cannot bring the change we want to see in the world, right? It takes two to tango. Like the bottom-up approach works, but you need to you need a political system that's a bit more responsive to the calls of civil society and society in general. Now, as far as civil society is concerned, I think that one thing that could happen so that you can approach the people that are potentially lured by extreme right-wing movements and populist choices. One thing that civil society could do could be to actually become more populist ourselves. And populism is not a bad thing by default, right? It depends how you use the term populism. I mean, populism is an essential aspect of politics. You can't have politics without populism. Again, I don't mean populism as probably someone like, like a Trumpist. I mean it more like, I don't know, the approach that, I don't know, Chantal Mouffe has developed as an academic. So, I think that civil society should become more populist, should talk the language that the average layman person can understand and can relate to. And we should also learn to connect very important and possibly legally complex issues we need to like create connection between such issues and like the daily life and the daily effects of people. It is a hard job. I don't know how to do it, to be honest with you. I mean, especially in my line of work. I mean, we work a lot on, legislation. We work a lot on political party financing. We work a lot on asset declarations, transparency issues. All these things rule of law. All these things can be very abstract to the average person, maybe. They can be a bit distant. Many times they're like, I've heard people telling me, like, I mean, who gives a damn about X, Y law? Like, I can't make ends meet at home. I can't, like, buy my food in the supermarket, and you're talking about, like, I don't know what, abstract concepts of rule of law. So our task is to make this person understand that without a solid rule of law, I mean, probably the fact that we don't have a solid rule of law, and probably because we have a lot of nepotism, probably because there's a lot of corruption, prices are as high as they are, or the economy is lagging behind. So it's the bottom line is that we need to create connections between complex issues and day-to-day issues, and we need to be a bit more populist. There's nothing wrong with that. Apparently it works. So if the right wing is doing it, maybe we should, not be as elitist. Try and get some things off them, like not the content, obviously, of what they're saying, but the approach that they use.
Yeah, just.
Thank you, someone over there.
Maybe just shortly regarding our perception of the whole scenario, I think would probably be important to not overestimate the ultra-right. I think that comes up a lot, that we overestimate how, like, their ability to convey their message simply or whatever. The nationalistic stance they defend, this nativist nationalistic stance, is a smokescreen. There is nothing national about the national state. It has been co-opted by transnational capital for a long time. So in a way, these people, that's what they defend. They are not, they say they're for the people, but that's not what they defend. So if we really believe that in their discourse is just like something, it's just emptiness, because it's not really, it doesn't correspond to reality, we can maybe stop overestimating them. And we shouldn't overestimate ourselves, but we should see what we do also as civil society, engage in these topics as powerful. I think there's a lot of power in all these movements and all these organizations, and of course it needs more coordination, less overlapping maybe, and stuff like that, but it's there is also power in what we do, and I think also, on the other hand, a little bit of overestimation of their messages.
Thank you, Tiago. Paras, too? Can you hear us?
I can. It is getting really interesting. I am really a little bit jealous. Why am I not there?
We wish you were. Do you want to add to this? I have many more questions.
I really don't have any answer to this, that what can be done rather than the right decision to be taken. As it was my first lesson that I learned in France, that everything have to be in its own place. I'm particularly speaking about my own country, the people that they are leading the country, and many governments in Europe are trying to stand with them and sit with them. For example, Norway is really highly appreciating the Taliban, and they're sitting with them. They are making, they are giving them the Schengen visa and inviting them to the Europe, and they ignore all the policies that we have been victim of it directly. So, and they have been the reason for all those immigrants came to Europe, and many other things are going to happen. But I'm not trying to be so disappointing. But I think we should stand and question their decisions, question their policies, and ask them why they are doing that, while they understand that it can be very dangerous for all of us. That's all I can say now.
I think I'd like to invite you. I mean, we have the pleasure of having really experienced people here from the various fields, and I think I would really like to ask you for concrete examples now, because we can discuss, I mean, shall we become more populist? Shall we become, shall we, steal from the far right? Shall we steal their methods? With our own contents, obviously, or do we approach other policy fields? Is it social justice stupid, not migration? And I think we won't reach the answer. But do you have like concrete examples of something you did? Milena, you started talking about this a little bit, like a very hands-on experience of something you did that worked well, that might be maybe copied or like just used as an inspiration by others, or the opposite. Do you have something you tried? Like, have you tried being populist and failed, and know this one door, like don't knock at this door, it's a failure for sure? Like, anything to share with us?
We managed to be populist for a brief period of time. At the beginning of Are You Serious? Our work in Croatia actually started off as being deliberately populist, because we were aware how easily the migration narrative can swing. They were refugees, and then they were migrants, then economic migrants, and how the entire semantic issue developed. And we knew, okay, this won't last long, but maybe we can seize the moment and, at least for a brief moment of time, make it right. So what we were saying, and there were a lot of us in the beginning of the NGO who were quite savvy in communication, and maybe even played it a bit dirty, because we were insisting on speaking in the media in terms of we were the victims of war once, really, it's a right-wing narrative in Croatia, actually. We were the victims of war once. It is a matter of national pride to support those who are living through this experience now. We believed it, but the way we framed it was extremely populist. And it really resulted with overwhelming support from the ordinary citizens. In the first year, I would say almost a year, maybe like 9 months, when almost 1 million people passed through our country, there was this overwhelming sense of all national support, where we were, jumping in the cars of unknown people, going to the borders, stopping at the random house of a granny who was, preparing sandwiches all day for us to bring to the people who were transiting by trains. Even today, when I think about it, I'm moved, by this unity of Croatian society in support of refugees. What changed then, I would say wider European politics changed. There was this infamous meeting in Vienna of the ministers of interior in March 2016, which triggered this domino effect of closing the borders, and it unfortunately coincided with the parliamentary and presidential elections in Croatia, where the right-wing narrative of, security criminalization was introduced. It was a copy-paste Hungarian model, and not only our politicians learned rhetorics from the Orban regime, our police also learned the violent tactics of the torture that was then happening at the Hungarian borders, as Andras likes to point out. The poison of pushbacks started in Hungary. I think then we failed to seize the moment and to really have deeper, more meaningful conversation with what was perceived as the left parties in Croatia then, and to try to force them to continue using simple narrative, to not to just give the topic to the right wing as they unfortunately did. But what I'm trying to say in terms of populism, there are ways, maybe less crude than what we did at the time, but there are still, I think, ways to swing public opinion. And I think this is just part of the struggle. I think we also need to be aware of the fact that we are different people with different beliefs, different targets. And that doesn't mean that the other person is wrong. I equally believe in, hands-on approach in the field, in doing the pro-refugee propaganda, and in strategic litigation, for example. I think, as we were discussing last night also, that, fighting against criminalization of movement can go in parallel with fighting against the criminalization of solidarity. They're different topics, but they're all, I would say, symptomatic of how our governments and how our countries are going to, shall not use the word. So I really, really feel that even if there are disagreements among us on how political struggle and how politics and how activism should work, what we must avoid to do is saying, like, my activism is better than yours. Because right-wing is not doing that, at least not to that extent.
Well, I think from the perspective of Alarm Phone, I could say there is something that worked. I don't know in which sense, but as witness to what is happening. It is highly important to have witnesses and not have a blackout of information of what is happening in the Mediterranean and beyond. I'm saying this because I think it's important, not because I think it worked in a concrete way towards policymakers. On the other hand, from the city to the city, it's a very special work because it's not aiming at very concrete outcomes, but a more meta outcome of turning a transnational local authority network into a political actor, for example. That I would not say that worked yet, but we keep working on it. We have managed to take 10 municipalities last year to Brussels from 7 different countries. Colleagues from Amsterdam, Zagreb are here. They were there. They were heard. It was a very interesting process. Again, it didn't have the outcome of them being incorporated as at a EU body to have direct exchange for policy making, which is ideally what we would aim for. But it was for sure a valid step, which we will continue to work on. So I would leave it at that.
All right, so So practical examples. I mean, I don't work on migration per se. So I'm going to try and give examples that might be potentially used on different fields. The first thing, unfortunately, being populist is not easy, right? I wish we could do it that easily, especially when you are like an NGO such as ours, like a democracy watchdog organization that has to sort of be non-partisan. We sort of have to be a bit serious. We need to be a bit institutional when talking to parliaments or politicians and the like. But since we couldn't be populist, we decided to be pop, right? So, you know, we're not being populist, we're being popular. So a way to achieve this is, I mean, the way we've done it. First of all, obviously, communication is key. We deal with like very boring issues to the average person, I must say, sometimes to myself as well. You know, I mean, going through laws, and it can be boring. But the way we communicate our findings, the way we communicate our work, the way we visualize our data, the way we do all these things is tailor-made for like a sort of audience that is a bit more fresh and youthful. So we're trying to sort of, you know, wrap something that might be a bit ugly and boring with like colorful things to make it more attractive. And that's a way to get a message across to an audience that might not be that interesting. Secondly, what we do also is that we try to sort of advance otherwise abstract or maybe complex issues by connecting them to actual cases that are being discussed in the news or whatever. For instance, we at Vuli Watch, among other things, we actively campaign for the right to information, right? Like it's a very important right for every sort of democracy that wants to call itself a democracy. Now, how do we do that? We're not just sending letters to the MPs and the PMs and the ministers and, you know, or policy papers. We do that too. But the other thing we do is that we try to like use this right within every campaign of ours. For instance, a few years ago during the COVID lockdown, the Greek government decided to allocate vast amounts of money to media outlets to carry the stay-at-home campaign message, which, you know, it's something that happened across Europe. The problem here in Greece was that the way it happened was super intransparent, and because of the state of the media freedom in Greece, you know, of the media landscape in Greece, we were a bit suspicious that something lies behind it. So how did we connect this issue, which was widely discussed in society, with the access to information? Well, we submitted an access to information request asking for the ministry to provide us with information regarding these transactions. And, you know, and then we did a campaign whereby we prepared the template, and we asked citizens to like bombard the ministry with the same sort of message. So they got engaged in this process. The ministry probably received around 350, 400 access to information requests asking for the same thing. And, you know, I'm not going to say that this scandal came about because of our work only, but I think that we did do something towards, you know, we did influence the process, and most of all, we made some people at least understand what's the importance of an abstract, otherwise abstract concept, and how it can be sort of, you know, useful on the ground to tackle with real issues. And thirdly, another thing that one can do to sort of mobilize, inspire, etc., is to fight. Don't be afraid to fight. By fighting, you set an example that you can stand up to seemingly authorities, entities, and institutions that are bigger than you. And when I say fight, I mean fight within, obviously, the confines of, you know, the law, not actually guerrilla. Maybe that's why I'm not getting claps, because people think that I'm like, you know. I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished. No, so not actual fighting, but, you know, all legal means available. So we do a lot of strategic litigation. like to the extent where people are like, I mean, the authorities and ministries are sort of like, oh my God, them again. Like, they'll think we like going to court. We don't really like going to court, but it is a way for us to sort of show the government that, hey, we're watching you, and we're not gonna just write an article about the crap you're doing, but we're actually gonna, like, you know, fight it in the court. And secondly, I want to believe that we're setting an example to other civil society organizations or individuals that want to sort of, you know, challenge the system and find justice, basically. So, you know, these points, be pop, you know, try to find clever ways to connect abstract terms that you're fighting for, advocating for, to practical issues, and fighting. Thank you.
Maybe I just want to complement with something. I mean, I don't want to talk in name of cities, but we work with them, so we see also very good examples that they develop in their own territory. So another thing that we did was a conference in the frame of a EU-funded project. We went to Brussels, and then afterwards we went to Villeurbanne, close to Lyon. And they developed, for example, a city card. So this is something that is being, like, there are shared knowledge exchange around a city card, which would grant irregular migrants some basic rights. Barcelona had done something similar, for example, by allowing people to register, although they wouldn't even have an address, fixed address, so they would register to, and with this registration paper, it's a national law. They get access to public health and school for the children. So this is very concrete measures that cities put in place to circumvent what the state is doing. And then just to go back a little bit to your argument about capital, which I agree totally. And for instance, one of the main problems that we see cities face is housing. So it's like the biggest problem right now is housing, and many people use this to play some people against other people and say, well, there's not enough housing for everyone, so we cannot take any more people. That is capital. It's capital who took over the housing market. It's not the refugees that are taking housing from people. It's capital that did this. It's the system that is designed for people to be in shortages. And so this is also something very concrete, which there are some solutions, which is building houses with a percentage for social housing, or even directly for refugees, and other models that cities developed. But I would say we would have to go deeper into this, and there are many organizations that are already fighting this. For example, in Berlin, there was an organization that was trying to expropriate housing to put it back on the public offer. So yeah, I think there are concrete things happening, and not necessarily in the domain of migration, but that can be very good allies also.
Thanks a lot. I think this was anyways also the attempt to zoom out a little bit of this like narrow migration and asylum discussion, as it does not make that much sense. The way we see it, things are interconnected, and we always have to see the holistic policies or questions or challenges. So thanks for all these ideas. Thanks for also stressing that we are fighting within nonviolent democratic ways, Stefanos. Parastu, is there anything you want to share? Because I would really also like to, I mean, we're running out of time, so I would really also like to invite our audience to engage in the discussion. So anything you would like to share with us? sorry, we cannot hear you yet. Looking at our
Sorry, I
technicians.
was on mute.
Oh, now we hear you. Great, thanks.
That is also one of the bad things to be online, and not there. So I just want to thank you, first of all, for having me here. It was really an honor to speak here and be a voice of Afghanistan here, and also an immigrant. Do not forget that we are also suffering, and with all the situation that the different cultures that we have to settle within, we have to be like water, to be put it in any kind of place and get the shape of it. We are trying our best to make these places that we have been to as immigrant our houses, and we are trying to be the best citizens as we can. And at the same time, let's do not forget to stand in the right side of history and call the bad people and the good people good ones. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. So I would finally invite you to, I know we had a long morning already, so we all might need some coffee, but we have a question in the back. I saw you first, the gentleman in the red shirt, and then Eleni.
Oh, for you, no.
But for...
Otherwise, I would be happy to skip this. I think it's a very large discussion, but again, all the panels were somehow designed where the Q&A will be very brief, so people are asked to be brief. So I'll try to be brief. So if I cut some people off, I'm very sorry. Without instigating any negative retaliation or discussions, one thing that, although that I hear most of it, like two things that really sticks with me is what Milena says about assumption. Assumption also goes for not for like migrants, refugees, people on the move, but also for co-citizens or the public image. And something that I kind of disagree with what was spoken about rule of law being abstract. I think rule of law today to quote unquote the daily people, it's super easy to understand because it's super easy to breach. We talk about rule of law within Europe, our values, all that. But at the same time, we haven't talked anything about, although that we saw the watermelons, about the ICJ ruling about Palestine. So the institutions that were created, such as European Court of Human Rights, and how its rulings are being desecrated by Turkey, while deals such as EU-Turkey deal are being signed in exchange of, somehow we all know this, letting go of the political issues and the political prisoners that are, or like atrocities of human rights are taking place. Same goes with what's happening in Gaza right now, or even in West Bank. So I think what is very easy to say is that we do not recognize when rule of law is being breached, and we also do not amplify the voice of people who want to say something against this. And I think the demonstrations that was taking place all over the global north these days about Palestine is a proof of it. So I do not necessarily find it so accurate to say that these are abstract terms. It's just in specific places, we deliberately choose not to speak about them or ignore them. So that also goes with like what resonates with me about, Milena, what you say about assumption. There is definitely an empathetical connection that we can carry based on our stories. Storytelling is very important. While I agree with you, because that assumption goes with the fact, for instance, what potentially displaced Parasto from where she lived or she wishes to live is also majority of the people, from what I can judge here, is coming from countries where wars and interventions or occupations were also responsible of. We as citizens of these countries, our governments, our states, or our supranational bodies, mainly based on security, quote unquote, invaded these countries, or in better words, occupied the territories of these livelihoods of these people. They benefited from that, and they're also benefiting from pushing people away from reaching to shelter and safety like Parasto. So let's also do not ignore the fact that war is very profitable business. So does denying people the safety, the dignity that they seek, because that is also war. When we talk about pushbacks, we talk about boats, we talk about surveillance systems, we talk about tech mad beyond our imagination. we talk about fences, we talk about border guards. So that's also quite a good business. So maybe when we talk about rule of law and capitalism, we can also maybe think a bit self-critically about what we want to mean by all of these concepts.
Thanks a lot. We had.
Who is next?
I saw Eleni sitting somewhere. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we take 3 questions. You two spoke. Anna, you haven't spoke. I can.
Can you just raise your hands again?
Exactly. Thank you. So maybe just the practical. Sorry. No, you took away the microphone. Thanks.
Hello. My name is Natasha Dailiani. I work with the Legal Center Lesbos. I'm here with my colleagues also from Legal Center Lesbos. And I just made some thoughts while listening to you, and I will be very brief. One point is that personally I feel very discredited from politics and politicians. So I think this is something also to consider while thinking how we can be part of policy making, what it means to today to be voting, or what mean elections. It seems that it doesn't mean a lot anymore for many people. So if you want to connect in this way and build on that, you also have to step back and consider this and question what value it actually has for citizens today. Because if it doesn't have, it cannot have an outcome that is really meaningful to the society. And another thing about the title of this Congress, Rethinking Migration, I think within Rethinking, it covers also rethinking our position together with migrants. And I feel that most of the time we speak as still, even here, we are in solidarity and we are close. Even I feel still we are speaking as separate. Separation as the privileged, let's say. Yes, a little bit. I would like it to be more something common. When we say we, it should be the inhabitants of a place. When we speak about local fights, it has to be the fights really being done together and for everyone. And this should include housing, rights, we said, to information or anything. So if we don't start seeing ourselves as a whole and not separate with words and actions, we will not get very far, I fear. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, maybe we start here and then move back.
Thank you. My name is Omar from the Foundation Istanbul office, and my question is to you, because in the first panel in the morning, we discussed about like how the narrative of the far right won, but maybe not necessarily the battle. And then you mentioned, based on information theory, how I forgot the 2 categories you mentioned, but I fall in the second one. But I want to give you an example to pick up your brain on how to like simplify a fact-based or data-based approach to this by giving an example from Turkey. So we have a very small far right in Turkey, but they go with the simple, for example, fact, quote unquote, that says the number of Syrians, and they play the demographic threat when they talk about Syrians in Turkey, saying that there will be 20 million Syrians within 15 years from now, and we're going to become a minority. So my job as someone who work in migration and like, you know, I'd like to play with numbers and whatnot, like I had to like sit down and like dismantle this scientifically. And then like I decided recently to like forget about this and say the simple fact that there are less Syrians now in Turkey compared to the number of Syrians 6 years ago. So that is by default, like, dismantling the argument of the far right. But it's so simple that now it is decoded in the minds of millions of Turks that, like, it's called silent invasion now. Like, we are under silent invasion. So how could someone, as we, if you want to call us, or like, those who are involved in academia or like, in science, use the right information to combat misinformation that is spreading in a very simple way, exactly the far right has been utilizing so far in Turkey or elsewhere in the world? Thank you.
Thank you, and I do agree with you. I mean, these two types of narratives, the lay narrative and technocrat narrative, there are also many other distinctions. When it comes to communication, they have like sub-brackets, I think 5 or 6 sub-brackets, which are opposed to each other. And one of the sub-brackets is facts versus non-facts. So I don't think we should necessarily, take the negatives of the sub-brackets. But what I was trying to say is that we should still speak like a common language, so to speak, in order to talk to those whose votes we can swing or whose opinions we can swing. So I loved your example with the number of Syrians. I had the similar situation a lot of times when asked in Croatian media. There was this, at a certain point, there was this idea of like we are being, overrun almost by the by the number of refugees. And I live in an apartment building which is 18 or 16 stories high. And I would usually just say at the moment there are less asylum seekers in Croatia than the number of people who live in my building. So I feel we can be, fact-based and at the same time to communicate in a way that is accessible for everyone. And I'm no big academic. To my shame, I studied for 13 years. But I really feel that scientific mastery and academic mastery is achieved when you are able to relay the complexity of information and insight you have to everyone who is sitting in front of you.
More question here.
Hello, my name is Anna. I'm with the Beirut office of the Heinrich Böll Foundation. Thank you for this inspiring conversation. Thank you, Milena, for pointing out that we tend to pick each other apart rather than lifting each other up. And I've heard some of that in the past few days, and it's very sad to see that we do this. I'm also very surprised and a little bit alarmed at the level of violence in the language that I've heard in the past couple of days. Just today, if I was the commissioner, I would kill myself. I am alarmed at that. I think there's a lot of trauma and a lot of mental health conversations that we're not having that would really help us to be able to lift each other up, because we're not going to be able to do that if we cannot support ourselves. So thank you for pointing that out, that is something that that we need to work on and be better and do better at. I wanted to react to something that Stefano said, because I've been thinking about the point of populism, and I find it very interesting because the definition according to the Oxford Dictionary is, so also like qualifying where the knowledge comes from, a political approach that strives to appeal to ordinary people who feel that their concerns are disregarded by established elite groups. And I think this is how a lot of people that I speak to that are not in my green bubble feel about democracy at large. That's how they feel about representative democracy. The question of Ahmad about Eastern Germany, being myself from Eastern Germany, having been born shortly before the wall came down, I always say to people, I'm a first-generation Democrat because my parents grew up in socialism. So for me to understand and to communicate about democracy is really important as a concept, no matter which party, you know, someone votes for. But this is what I hear a lot in my extended family in Eastern Germany, is that they up there don't care about us, so let's vote for someone who will stick it to them. Because it's not about solutions, it's not about what policies they put forth, it's about really sticking it to the so-called elite. And for a lot of people, the elite is anyone who is involved in institutions. And I think there's been this sentiment also, you know, that I've heard over the past 2 days, which I can understand, but it's important to examine that and really dismantle it. Thank you for raising the point about Palestine. This is something that we feel every day in our work in Lebanon and with our Syrian partners. We need to be able to answer to human rights defenders from other parts of the world that we usually support and work with, that now we don't have good answers for with the current situation in Palestine. So I think we are having a lot of these questions that we need to ask ourselves, and that we need to actually examine and strengthen democracy from the inside. I loved what you said, Stefanos, about being an active citizen. I think that is something that can really be a key tool to coming together and working together and striving to understand how different approaches can lead to a stronger democracy, because for me, it's not at all a given. And thank you also to Parasto for being here, even if it's just online, but you are so powerful, your words are so strong. Thank you.
Actually, this felt like a very good wrap-up already, but we have more questions.
Can I go?
Yes, please.
I am Syed Asnin. I am also a refugee from Afghanistan and representing Italian National Union of Refugees and Exiles, a refugee-led organization. I would like to speak based on my experience, because I have been I arrived in 2006 in Greece with a boat from Turkey. 8 years have been in different countries, and I feel myself today as a really lucky person. As far as we are two lucky refugees that we are here in a safe place. Taking in consideration this, I think there are like two narratives that shape somehow the policies. One is like far right, that they say, no, they are coming, they are replacing us, etc. So this far right narrative. And from other side, like the left or people, civil society organization, that they say, yeah, let us welcome them and etc. But where is, I think, our role on the third narrative? The narrative shaped by themselves, refugee, I mean. There is no place, no space. And when we start to really ensure this is space for migrants, for people with migration background, with experience, to shape this narrative. Otherwise, I think we will be here in 10 years, and again we will speak that migration displacement will be a problem. So, because narrative shapes the policies. Second thing here, I think in this room, how many people have lived experience? If we continue to give recommendation from our side that we have no idea what it means to be on a ship, what it means to be in a reception center, what it means to go to start a procedure, what it means. I have been last week to renew my travel document as a refugee. Immigration office has, in Rome, it's like a trauma place. What it means to go there and to still be like, to struggle. So I think if we don't receive recommendations, we don't give space to people with lived experience, that they bring their perspective, that look, this is not working in this way. I know that you want to welcome me, but this is not the way to make policies, the rules. I mean, from the rules of a reception center till the like high level, till European Parliament or European level policies, the policy making processes, I mean. We do not have any contribution. So this, again, I mean that in 10 years we will be, again, if we don't ensure this space for people with lived experience. And the third thing, I think, it is linked to my second point about democracy. I think there is a big gap in political participation of people with migration background. So I think we need to take in consideration this. In Italy, we have around 5 million people, migrant people living, and we have no way, no possibility to contribute in the political life. So this gap, I think we need to somehow repair this gap. Otherwise, we will continue to have far right and other people that they speak on behalf of migrants and refugees, and especially it is somehow facilitate that narrative of far right, because they don't see any people with lived experience in front line that they speak on their behalf, that they bring their perspective, that they are participating in our, contributing in our society. So this is, I think, really important to somehow think of this gap in political participation in the political and democratic system of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sid. I'm afraid we're running out a bit of time. I mean, we are already, it's already 1:45. So we have 2 more questions where all of you can answer, and it's very much related to, I mean, it's also related to what you were saying. So hopefully this will help gather some more voices if our technicians would be so kind to give us our 2 last Mentimeter questions. And we can see, actually, to rethink migration in Europe, more focus should be placed on, and then you were just arguing for people with a refugee experience themselves, but we have also the institutional level, civil society, narratives and media, or all of the above. So maybe you feel like sharing your opinions. We have a clear winner here, but it's a close. Thanks. Thank you all. I think that's a clear picture.
If you don't read the text, we seem quite polarized.
Well, or we have 2 areas to focus on. Or in that sense, we focus on all of them. Exactly. Yeah, but I think this is also food for thought. I mean, for all of us looking into, because we all are scarce with our resources, I guess. So, or as Anna also said, also tired and sometimes really working beyond our resources and capacities. So thanks for that. We have one last. As promised, it's the last. If you feel like clicking one more time, which is looking into the future, migration in Europe, 20-something years from now. Will it be accepted as a reality and not of an issue, or still on the agenda as a challenge? And also here we see a clear, yeah. Apart from climate crisis and everything else ongoing, I mean, like, obviously, yeah. Okay, so we have still lots to do. This is a clear sign and a clear vote, I would say. Thank you so much. Thank you also for bravely answering all these and for keeping with the intensive discussion this morning. we won't let you go before we haven't shown you one more quote of our namesake, which in that sense, obviously, Heinrich Böll, when he said that our century, which was his century, which was the last century, of course, would be called the century of refugees. He was obviously coming from the experience of having lived 2 world wars. But I find this very striking as nowadays, I mean, we have exceeded all existing numbers of refugees and people being displaced worldwide. Yet again this year, I mean, this is something that we are witnessing for a couple of years in a row now. And I think it's good to remind ourselves that being here in Europe or I mean, someone mentioned the cradle of democracy, all this, like this is very recent, and it's also our common history, and it's ongoing, and it keeps affecting different people. But I think in that very spirit, we are living the next century of refugees, and I think it's good to remind ourselves of that, and yeah, keep this thought with us. So thanks a lot for your attention.
Το βάλουμε στην αγορά ίσως. I want you to bear with me for a few seconds more because we missed a very important part. Everything you see today, you experienced today and yesterday wouldn't be possible without the work, the month effort of certain people. And I think it's particularly important, at least to us, to say thank you to all of them. Thank you, of course, to our panelists in both sessions for making the way, for giving us their time and their brains to have these discussions. Thank you to our audience, to all of you guys. You're much more than an audience. You are the ones who helped us a lot to make this what it is over these 2 days. Thank you all to our technical support here in all other venues. It's not an easy job, especially under these temperatures over these last few days. Photographers and videographers, you see a lot of people running around, taking pictures of you, making sure that we document this in the best possible way so that this thing doesn't end here. It can reach more people far beyond Thessaloniki. Our graphic designers, apart from Yorgos, who you met, also Eleni is here and who helped us have the poster and the different applications of this nice visual. So many thanks to both of you. Yeah, you see they have their special relationship. Thanks a lot to Olympion, this beautiful building. Over the last year or so, it has become sort of our second home. We are anyway across the street and we tend to visit this place quite regularly. Thanks a lot for the excellent collaboration as always. Symvoli for the event management. They are also hidden heroes behind what you see, and they're the ones who also help us a lot to make everything work properly and smoothly. Last but not least, for sure, a big thank you to our team here in Thessaloniki, and especially to people like Chrysis, Neda, and Vasilis, who were the ones involved more in this project. On stage. I mean, this is how we roll. I mean, we try to do it as a group, and there are a lot of people who did a lot of things beyond job descriptions to make things happen. So we really appreciate that, and thanks a lot. And a footnote that makes me happy and sad at the same time is that this is the final event for our dear Neda, who is taking a new step back in Berlin. So we're going to miss her, and we really appreciate her so much for all that she has brought to us and to this network. Let's all walk together now towards lunch. We can have a nice walk together towards lunch and then to the next steps of our program. But whatever you do, don't miss the street party this evening. Mavili Square at 8:30. It's going to be cooler than now. So see you there. Let us also have a dance together. It can boost us for the next job, tasks. Thanks a lot, guys.